Elon Musk goes back to his original offer to buy the social media giant for $44 billion.
The billionaire's lawyers communicated the proposal to Twitter's lawyers and filed a letter confidentially with the Delaware Chancery Court ahead of an emergency hearing on the matter.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Twitter then disclosing that letter from Musk in a filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission and releasing a statement that the company intends to close the transaction. A Twitter lawsuit over Musk backing out of the deal, though, is scheduled to go to trial in less than 2 weeks. Just getting word, former President Trump is asking the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene in his legal fight over documents seized from his Florida estate. His legal team seeking an emergency stay in disputes over rulings involving the special master appointed at the Trump's team's request for a third-party review of the documents. The U.S. Attorney General being asked to investigate and prosecute people threatening violence against children's hospitals and doctors who provide medical care for transgender children.
The request comes in a letter from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the Children's Hospital Association. There have been threats nationwide against medical facilities and professionals providing hormones and, in some cases, surgery for older transgender teenagers, including Boston Children's Hospital. The letter says some providers now require constant security and that other care is affected. For example, a hospital's newborn intensive care unit was put on lockdown after a bomb threat.
Fox's Chris Foster. A quick recheck of Wall Street as the numbers settle. The Dow up 826 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in the month of October, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumont or Hagutnya. Every 10th car will receive a free fire-grilled Whopper coupon with your order. This is the King's way of saying thanks for celebrating our 33 years on Guam. Check out our drive-thru service 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. BK Your Way, Tumont Bay, Hagutnya, the Micronesia Mall, and the airport.
Download it now.
A judge in Michigan throws out charges stemming from the Flint water crisis.
Simply put, there are no valid charges. That from Michigan Judge Elizabeth Kelly tossing charges against 7 people, including 2 former state health officials in connection to the Flint water crisis, after the Michigan Supreme Court ruled that a 1-judge grand jury who issued the indictments had 0 authority to do so. Another judge is handling misdemeanor charges in the case against former Governor Rick Snyder that the state's high court also declared invalid. Snyder, a Republican, has said the case against him was based on politics.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The water crisis began in 2014 when Flint's water source was switched in a cost-saving move without proper treatment, leading to lead contamination from the city's aging pipes. One Seattle neighborhood is now home to near-daily protests over a plan to expand a homeless shelter, nearly doubling the footprint.
They're going to add housing for tiny houses, RV parking. They're going to have a sobering center, and they're going to have housing for people who are in mental illness. And critics are calling this a megaplex homeless shelter in an area that already has 15 shelters within a mile and over 700 people living outside in tents.
Fox's Dan Springer in Seattle. The city council rejecting a call for a 6-month moratorium on the project. Crocs is giving away thousands of free pairs of shoes in what the company calls Croctober, celebrating its 20th anniversary.
2 decades after its founding, the company is now one of the top 10 non-athletic footwear brands in the world. Footwear News explaining the shoes with their grippy soles and waterproof materials were initially meant for boating, inspired by the Dutch clog.
Fox's Lillian Wu. The giveaway runs through this Friday with winners chosen at random from entries on the Crocs website. Again, the Dow up 825. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Alpha Day and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Wednesday, October 5. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A thief was caught on video stealing from a Mingilao home early Monday morning. The video shows a man running up to a home. Then seconds later, the same clip shows the thief dragging the stolen items away. A separate angle shows the moment the thief stole 2 coolers worth upwards of $700. The incident happened so quickly, the cameras were unable to get a clear image of his face, but it did capture the tattoo on his left arm. The homeowner is Patrick Lujan, Guam's State Historic Preservation Officer. Lujan says GPD officers were stunned by the reported theft, saying they rarely get calls in the area, but other residents in the neighborhood have shared similar experiences of recent thefts occurring at their homes. Lujan says his video has since been widely shared on neighborhood watch chats and social media, offering authorities some help with the investigation. Anyone with information that could help investigators find the thief is asked to call the Guam Police Department. Meanwhile, a man caught in the act of stealing racing wheels off a man's car claims he had permission. 24-year-old Ramon Jose Villagomez Castro faces charges of theft of property and criminal mischief. Court documents state that the victim returned to his Barragata home and noticed that his 1982 Camry appeared to be leaning. He saw a stranger, later identified as Castro, lowering the car. The man was able to hold Castro down while waiting for police. All 4 of his car tires were missing, and he saw another Camry leaving the area. Castro told police the victim gave him permission to take the wheels, worth $1,200, but the victim denied knowing him. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
2 more DOC officers were fired in recent weeks, and there are now 6 fired corrections officers who have pending appeals with the Civil Service Commission asking for their jobs back. Corrections Officer Trevor Wolford was fired at the end of August in connection with the escape of TK Umalap and Joluo Soikin in June, who were being detained in isolation tents at the corrections facility. Termination documents state that Wolford lied about conducting physical head counts. After seeing video surveillance footage, he admitted he conducted the prisoner head counts from inside his control room. Last month, Corrections Sergeant George Patawaran, assigned to the Aganya detention facility, was fired last month in connection with a June incident at Superior Court. Judge Maria Senzon brought corrections officials to court after Patawaran allowed a detainee to make an unauthorized phone call to a crime victim. Documents state that Patawaran was insubordinate to Corrections Director Robert Camacho after the hearing. He had been suspended for insubordination in 2018 and was counseled about insubordinate behavior and violating the chain of command. And a doctor who accepted a job as Guam's chief medical examiner and later withdrew has expressed renewed interest in the position. Dr. Jeffrey Nine was hired for the job in February at a salary of $310,000 plus benefits to fill the position left vacant in 2019 when Dr. Aurelio Espinola retired. Nine withdrew from the offer in May, telling the Guam Commission on Postmortem Examinations yesterday that his withdrawal was because of a family medical circumstance. He also said he was able to arrange transportation of his dogs to Guam, which was an issue when he initially accepted the offer. Guam has been receiving off-island services for forensic exams and autopsies since Aurelio's retirement. For the last fiscal year alone, the Commission reported 887 exams that were performed, adding the pathology services totaling $235,000. The Commission approved sending Nine the new contract yesterday. Nine says he can begin working as the Chief Medical Examiner as early as the 1st of November. And those were your top stories on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Wait.
What?
So the defendant, who we've actually got.
What are you talking about now?
I'm talking about the guy that
Your
stole
blood
the tires.
pressure, Ray.
Oh,
Be
the
careful.
tires. Okay.
Your blood pressure.
High blood.
Stealing tires.
Yeah,
Okay,
the,
what?
the tire stealing guy here. Let me get this picture back up on the screen.
Sequestro.
Yeah.
Right. So he's actually literally being held down by the victim. He's by that hand that you see. That's not him. Playing with his collar on the shirt.
It does look like it.
That's the hand of the victim detaining the defendant while the police come and take care of everything. And he's claiming that he had permission to take $1,200 worth of tires.
Yeah.
If anything, Prim.
Hey, this is the thing, guys. I've been saying this for decades. ICE will make you stupid, and it will make you think everybody around you, the cops included, who have not done ICE, are stupid. This is going to be an interesting case. I hope that it shows up tomorrow when I go to jury duty. 6:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, let me get into some weather here because it's starting to look like a beautiful day. Sarita Gurin has sent in some great golden sunrise pictures, not golden bee. Golden sunrise pictures from her backyard. That looks nice. Here we've got scattered showers and thunderstorms after 11, it says in the forecast. Partly sunny skies today with highs near 88. I got east winds 3 to 5 miles an hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. More east-southeast winds about 5 miles an hour. Tomorrow's Thursday, and the forecast for tomorrow calls for, are you ready for it? Mostly sunny skies. Is it possible? A lot of activity in the area, but they are saying, baby, it's going to be grill marks. We're talking grill marks tomorrow. And you're going, but wait, Raymond, I work on Thursdays. Find a way to play hooky. You just say, hey, look, I'm having lady problems. And your boss is going to say, but you're a guy. I said, not those kind of lady problems. Come on. I need some, what do we call it? Emotional health time, right? Otherwise, I'll quiet quit. Use phrases like that because your boss is hearing crap like that from the States and all the stateside paperwork. He'll just go, oh, my God, another quiet quitter. Go ahead. You can work from the beach. How's that? That's what I'm suggesting. Partly cloudy in the forecast for tomorrow. This is going to be a great couple of days. Mostly sunny again on Friday. Daytime highs about 88 degrees. This could be the setup to an incredible weekend, so start making plans for it. Now, the sunrise this morning was about 3.5 minutes ago. Sunset tonight at 6:08. It says 40% chance of rain. I'm not buying it. I'll believe it when I see it. That's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you. What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
6:14, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and Nutraways system. Find them on the second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Dededo. You have a phone? They have one too. Oh my God, check it out. You can call them. I wouldn't call now because it's only 6, but give them a jingle at 671-864-7867. That's 864-7867. Find out how they can help you live a healthy, long life.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, 6:15 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until whenever. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. My name is Ray. Thrilled to be here with you this morning. And I feel bad. I was remarking to Joe, we have technology available to us. And I'm always talking about, hey, download the Points app. And you can listen to us, transmitters down, signals lousy where you are, whatever. You can download, off island, people can download the thing. It's on the Apple Store and the Google Play. One of the cool technology features of it is it allows for a thing called push messaging. And that means that, if we're in inclement weather or some big event is happening, then I can send you a tickler on the deal here this morning. Tickler. And of course, the big deal around here these days is the fact that we are here in the peak of best of voting time period. Started yesterday and will go until the end of the month or so. And so I'm, taking advantage of all of the technological touch points that we have. And so I sent out a push message today to say, hey, don't forget, vote for The Point for Pika's Best Radio Station and Ray Gibson for Pika's Best Radio Personality. And I sent that to the listeners of Boss 104. Oh! Yeah. And I can't pull it back. That's the thing. So
Cross promotion.
I feel like I kind of have to apologize, right?
No.
Don't tell. Don't tell Albert.
Against the mini hatch.
Don't tell Albert and Johnny and Daryl. I'm just. It was one of those things. I wasn't. He's not. Anyway, 6:17 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Yo, what's up? How's everybody doing? You good? Did everybody have an incredible Taco Tuesday last night? What? What's the matter? It is international, like everybody in the world. International Taco Tuesday. How did you manage to miss that?
It was huge.
It's massive.
I was going to go to Chili's, man.
You should have. Yeah. I had a seat. I had a space. I had a space available next to me. And
all alone?
No. Me and my hiking crew were out there last night, and thank you, Christy Rose, because Christy Rose had the sense to make reservations. And thank God, I got there like at 5:30. I thought I'd do some sport drinking before everybody shows up. So I get there a little bit earlier, and the crowd starts trickling in. And actually, there was a crowd already there when I got to Chili's, and then it just got bigger and bigger and noisier and hungrier. And where are the tacos now?
Margaritas.
And thank God we had. Well, there was a thing. If you got a margarita, you get like a taco with it, right? So there was everybody having a good time, and I went out to use the gentleman's room, and there's an army of people. It's 7:30 at night, and there's still an army of people trying to get in for the Taco Tuesday thing over at. And if you made it in, then congratulations, and hopefully you were sitting in Jace's section. Jace, who was incredible, and we're all sitting there, and everybody kind of impatient, right? Because nobody ate because we knew we were eating last night, and so it's like boom, 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 banging on the table. Where's our tacos? Where's our tacos? And the guy comes and he starts taking the orders, and disappears, and literally a handful of minutes, couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. The guy comes back, and he's got one of these massive Chili's trays, and it's piled high with tacos, and I had a shrimp, and I had 2 chili tacos, and I had 2 chicken tacos, and a couple of cold beers, and I was like the happiest guy in the whole wide world. So I hope much of that happiness comes through here this morning. I hope it bleeds into the broadcast like it's supposed to. Anyway, Real Joe, who did not show up with me over at the Chili's place, will get the phone when you call at 888-8255, 888-TALK. The meme machine is online. I already put some of the pictures from Sarita online, and, of course, the picture of the thug. And his name ought to go down in some kind of infamy. There's just something special about it. And one of these days, I hope to be able to myself be able to grab a defendant by the collar and just like sit on him. And I don't know about sit on him. I'm not a big man. I'm just saying. You know what I mean. And just like. Yeah, hover over the guy and hey, who are you, man?
His eyes out,
yeah, just where you? Who told you to come by and try to take my wheels, man? What was the guy's name? Ramon Jose Villagomez Castro. was the guy. Police, love this magistrate report. On or about October 3rd, police responded to a theft complaint in Barragata. Police arrived and observed a male detaining another male. Police identified the first male as Keith, who was yelling at a male identified as Ramon, while also a.k.a. Ramon, a.k.a. defendant, while detaining him. Police met with Mansipit, who explained that he moved his vehicle at around 7 o'clock in the morning before heading to work. He told the cops when he came home the same day, he observed the vehicle leaning on the driver's side, where he observed the defendant appearing to lower the vehicle. Mansipit informed police that he subdued the defendant, saw a Toyota Camry, plates TU, leave the area. Mansipit told police that this morning his vehicle was normal, but now all four tires were missing. He told the cops the rims were chrome weld racing drag light rims.
Oh, man, not cheap.
Really? Do you know anything about this? Does that sound like the drifting tires?
No, it sounds like drag racing tires. Yeah.
Well, it's drag light. You're right. Yeah. They still do that?
Yeah, they got the
raceway.
drag.
All right. I was thinking, two lovers, but they got speed bumps now. Never mind. Police spoke to the defendant, who said he was authorized to remove the rims. Cops noted that Mansipit did not know the defendant and did not authorize anybody to take the rims and tires. Also noted the front brake caliper made contact with the ground while another caliper was resting on the dumbbell. So here's the thing. Even if Joe, you're authorized to take my tires.
I am.
Yeah, so I would assume that you would find a way to take all four of the tires off the car without jeopardizing the parts that you leave behind.
Oh, yeah.
As in the brakes and the calipers and things like that. I would assume that you'd find jack stands.
Yes.
You can buy them at Napa.
Of course.
You buy 4 of them and we're good to go. If you were the authorized guy, would you, Joe, rest them on a pair of dumbbells?
No.
See? Because
it's gonna ruin things.
Even Joe, who is not a certified brocanic in the world, even though he's one of those guys, the girls at Napa know more about cars than he does. I know. I hate that. I'm being real, bro. I'm being real. They know more about cars than I do.
Yeah.
You ever go in there and you ask them about a part number and they say, "Oh yeah, listen, that's not going to fit on your car." Sorry, Ray. I know what kind of car you have, and that's just not going to
headlight fluid. They could never find it, man.
Nope. Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines for you, and I'm going to try to help out as much as I possibly can. Because honestly, it's another one of those days. There ain't jack going on.
Give
me
some of those magistrate reports.
Yeah, well, actually, you got a good one. You got a good one that I missed. The video with Patrick Luan and the guy that stole his cooler.
Yeah.
Do you have that?
No,
I don't. I don't have it yet. I'm waiting on something.
Why did you give it to KUM and not me?
I don't.
Anyway, front page of today's Guam Daily Post here. Are we at the end now of one of the ickiest stories ever in the history of Guam? The bankruptcy, Archdiocese bankruptcy settlement plan has been approved. And how long has this been a feature of Guam? Oh, no. I mean the whole the whole touchy-feely priesty It seems like it's been going on forever, and I remember when it first started thinking, please God, make this go away fast. Every time I hear these stories, it makes me want to go wash my hands and my eyeballs and whatever.
Ooh.
But I know. But now maybe we're going to get to the end of this.
Makes me want to vomit when we had to read. Remember all the details that they gave 4 years ago?
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, those poor boys.
And so now we just kind of wonder what's going to be left of the church. What assets of the archdiocese will continue to be assets of the archdiocese, and which are going to be turned into discos and nightclubs and restaurants. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm going to up my donation from $1 to $2 in the basket.
Hey, how about that?
I'm going to go big this year.
They'll go around another time, right?
Yeah.
We'll take up
Let's
another collection over at the
double
place.
run.
So I'm looking to see if there's anything else. We got a couple of guys that were fired for watching TikTok or not doing the head counts properly over at the Department of Corrections. But it's okay. It's all right, guys. You have the intrepid Ray Gibson here, and I will find stories here that will, I don't know, bring light, if you will, to life here on Guam. Will Kenley and Guerrero be part of it? Probably. Kenley and Guerrero has actually earned media. today. Do you know how he
Man,
did?
he's a big earner.
Yeah, okay, so there's a story.
Ken's the biggest
And
earner.
it's one of those things. I wasn't really interested in it until I read a little bit more. It's a page 6 of the Guam Daily Post. Transparency raised in GMHA trustees confirmation hearing. Teresa Damian Borja was in front of the legislature during a public hearing for senators to consider her nomination to serve on the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority's Board of Trustees. And you're going, wow, boring. Still blue. And then Speaker Therese Terlahi asks, are you aware of this information about public access to information and transparency regarding the public hospital and the board's role in facilitating transparency? And it goes into a conversation about Ken Leon Guerrero's arrest. But said, it says, well, it wasn't an executive session. He had all of the rights to be there, at least according to Therese. And so I'm looking at this thing going, wow, is it me, or does it sound like Therese Terlahi, the speaker over at the legislature, is on the same side as Ken Leon Guerrero, who was arrested, and Ray Gibson for egging him on? Yeah. I will take this much credit for that.
On, Ray.
What? I was the one that sent him. I was the one that sent him the agenda, right? And I'm like,
You
man,
sicked him.
you should go to this, Ken. And Ken's like, well, I will go to this. And then he was arrested. Ken, I'll bring you cigarette and cell phones and Playboys when you're in the lockup, Brad. I'll bribe the easy to bribe guys to just do the head count from the station and not actually go in the room and walk the line, as it were. Anyway, 6:27 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Let me take care of these guys here. We all walk the line.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Oh, that's nice. It's one of the happiest messages I'll read here this morning from Rudy Rodolfo. Good morning, Ray, Donna, Joe, Jerry. Vote The Point, Pika's Best for 2022. Thanks, bud. And vote for Burger King for Pika's Best in as many different categories as they are in. What's that, Ismail? According to James Howard, the Tartarians, an advanced civilization that Western world has tried to erase from our history, did not create tartar sauce. Instead, they live amongst us, trying to guide technology into righteousness. Now, corporations use it to control consumers. Tartaria will rise again, he says. And to which Ismail says, the high is strong in that one.
Good morning, Chief.
So I get a message. It must be in bloom. It must be in bloom because I got a message from somebody who was reporting a connection, and I'm like, yeah, well, it's what are you doing talking to her? And the answer was, well, she's going to give me some a joint later on today.
Oh,
are we at that? Are we at that point where there's enough to go around where people are just here's a bag.
They're throwing them to me in the car at the light, the stoplight.
At the intersection.
Like, hey, bro, here you go.
Roll your window down, Ron.
Yes.
I love the fall on Guam, don't you? Some people go, it's a pumpkin spice lattes and I read recently about a pumpkin spice pizza. And I'm comfortable with all kinds of things on pizza, corn, mayonnaise like the Japanese like it, but I don't know. I'm not down. Well, pineapples, of course, but I throw the pineapple. I'm down for the pineapples because there's so many pizza snobs that aren't. And you know how I am about being rebellious. But I don't know about this pumpkin spice pizza concept. Rico Blancaflor's online. I see Brad Wood. Jose Martinez pondering if the guy was stealing tires to sell for drugs, the owner, instead of holding him down, waiting for the police, ought to have given the thief addict a hug. Am I right? You know what? Absolutely.
Wow.
That's the current conventional wisdom in states like California, where, you know what, these people are merely victims of their own circumstances. So if they decide that they want to go into whatever, the Walmarts or, Apple stores and just take the iPads or take whatever it is and just kind of walk out with it.
Not a big deal.
Why are you going to make them pay? Well, why would you add to their suffering by putting them in jail? Jose, I appreciate this, and I want you to know that I consider you to be one that sits at the right hand of God. Jerome McDonald saying California State Energy demanding answers from Mobile, Shell, and Chevron. Why is gasoline prices are the highest in the country? That's... Wow, Jerome, they're demanding. Well, you think about the state of California, who never met a tax it didn't like, and try to figure out what and Jerome would be able to answer. Jerome, get back to me with what is the percentage of a gallon? Say it's a gallon of gasoline in California. What percentage of taxes and state fees make up the bigger portions of that? I'd like to know what the breakdown is. Banidoso Tautau online. He got connected. Pare, no quarantine for his Galago. Valerie S.A. Untalang. Hey, if anything, Prim, he looks high as a kite. He does kind of look like that. This is that look, when your kids come home. No, just kidding. Not when your kids come home.
And you didn't cook the rice?
Right, no. When your husband comes home.
Oh, no.
And he's got that kind of look in his eyes. Baby, that's the one where you got to lock the door and just stay in the bedroom, right? Sad but true, and there's a lot of people that have to live that lifestyle. Can you imagine how bad it was for this guy's family when, if he was released, if the guy was out on some kind of release, and oh, God, what is he up to now? 6:31 on the Ray Gibson Show. Who else is playing around? I got Mike Grace Blas. Bad beaches are polluted. Clean beaches for Guam. We'll get that. We'll get that in the $800 million amount of money that Joe Biden is going to be sending to the Pacific Island. Oh, wait. We're not getting any of that. According to Juan Carlos Benitez yesterday, he says, yeah, that's going to everybody else, not Guam. Thanks very much. You know why? Because they know that Guam's not going to go and hang out with the Chinese. At the next big get-together, big pate. Is because they know, we know we are already an unincorporated territory of the United States. The people that they have to convince are the ones out in the FAS and the Marshals and the FSM. They are the ones that need to be convinced. They're the ones that we need to dangle money and trinkets over, not Guam. You know why? You have no say. You have no say, guys. And so I was kind of I'm waiting. Because this is what's going to happen. I mean, I need you to go take a look at what the press releases look like and all of the very soaring quotes that came out of the governor's office based on, hey, I get to go to Washington, D.C. in this Pacific Island Forum. And I need you to juxtapose that against comments that Josh Tenorio made at the United Nations. And doesn't it just seem like we're talking out of both sides of our butt? Irony. Yes, exactly. Tommy Bernardo online says, Ungan, gotta love the PCG. Marie Rojas, with inflation and government measures to wipe out the middle class, expect more crime, not less. Maria, I'm with you. And according to people who I respect and guys looking at the economy, 2023 could be a very, very challenging year. McKinsey and Company, and they do quarterly surveys. Latest economic condition outlook is also grim. More on that later. The hot sister of the program, Pam Duvall, is there. And the reason, I'd worry about it more, I'd fret more about it. But honestly, I think we've made it through some pretty hard times already. Number one. Number two, we always have each other. We always have each other. As tough as times get around here, I mean, we can always count on somebody, like a Colin or Pam saying, hey, let's get together and, share whatever we've got, whatever bounty we have. And so there's going to be great chicken Kelliquin, and there's going to be really, really awesome potato salad, and Sarita Garin's going to bring some pork chops, and all will be right with the world while the sun is shining on us for those hours. Thursday, playing hooky day. Sarita, I know that's what you are all about, is looking for those opportunities. Keenan McCausland, their bandit, hanging out with us. Jose Martinez, is really Jose, or has this account been hijacked by the AG? Unlikely, but we'll have our investigators take a look at it. Tommy Bernardo saying Biba Montesilva Tyrant for Senator. Oh, my soft spot. Matt Galendez is there. I got Richard Leon, Dennis Mesman saying happy hump day, Guam. Do you want to tell him or you want me to tell him?
Go ahead and tell him.
Dennis, I don't call it hump day. It's everybody, every other DJ, personality, whatever on the radio says, hey, everyone's a hump day. And I tried not to be that guy. So I'm the guy on the radio that doesn't refer to it as hump day. But just this one time, I'll forgive you. I'll let it slide, Dennis. But you're going to have to come up with something more creative next Wednesday. Lonnie Salas, nice shirt, Ray. Thanks very much for noticing, babe. That's my favorite shirt of yours. Color good, very good. Gerald Young, Enrico Blancaflor, Benidoso Tautau again, because the refineries are there, baby. Supply and demand get cheaper farther you are away from all of that. Pam Duval, is that bullying? Who's bullying? This is Bullying Prevention Month. We talked about that yesterday, and I hope that you take an opportunity to live it. Dennis Larson says, took Vivian to Tacos Sinaloa for Taco Tuesday. I like Taco Sinaloa. I've been there a couple of times, but I always see, is it me or do you have to be like plugged into the universe in a very special place to figure out what their hours are?
You do.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it seems like every time it'll be like Friday night at whatever time, and me and my friends are going, let's go to Taco Sinaloa. And we'll get there, and the lady will look at us and go, wow. So we already turned off the stoves, and we're like, no, it's too early to do that. Come on, can you just open it up? Come on,
That's the worst.
We're all half drunk, and we'll order a lot of tacos.
That's even worse, sir.
And we'll tip big.
You gringos.
We'll tip big. Well, good for you. Good for you. All right, Francis Duffy online. There's Jose Tetpahago, etc. Harvey Egna. They're too big for your Fiat. Bling, 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 says Jose. Who else is on? Charles Qua. RJC, LOL, gouge his eyes out, pull his hair, scratch his arm. Dotard, okay, it's hard. Richard, sometimes I have a hard time reading his stuff in real time. Ken LG, who's online, says it's hard to trust any of these so-called trustees of GMH when they echo the governor's claim of supreme power. Quote, you have no say. I don't disagree. We're going to leave that, but
trust issues.
There was mention in the article about an oversight hearing that's going to be taking place. I don't have any details on that whatsoever. I don't know when they're going to be doing it. I don't know who they're going to be calling. And my guess is that there are probably already people at GMH that are working with Ginger Cruz and to try to fit. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. Ginger and some of the other farters in the administration. Here's why. Because they are going to be told this is what you say to the legislature, and I'm not going to say that this is the dumbest legislature ever, although they are in competition certainly for the top 2 or 3, easily bamboozled, almost to the point where sometimes when we have oversight hearings over at the legislature, I come away from these hearings going, they wanted to be fooled, right? I mean, they just kind of ask a question, and whatever answer, as long as there was a word salad of answers, well, thank you very much. No, I'll defer now to my colleague from Santa Rita, right? You know, they're there, and it looks, you get this hope like something is going to happen, that we will finally get some kind of answers on this stuff, and then they just kind of, well, thank you all very much for coming. I certainly appreciate your information, and then Les Carlson, for whatever reason, Les Carlson will be down there to try to help in the bamboozlement of members of the legislature. You have seen this play many, many times before. Studio time, 6:38 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK. You get me some information. I'll share it with you and everybody else. In the meantime, and this will be interesting based on the very limited amount of actual news that we've got with headlines. Thank God they're short. Here's Donna D. What you got, Donna?
The 88-year-old elderly pedestrian who was hit by a car Monday night has died. Police identified him as Romeo Villaverde Gapasangra. His family has been notified. Investigators say Gapasangra was crossing the street when the driver of a gray sedan headed northbound hit him. He was rushed to GMH where he later died. There is no word if the driver faces any criminal charges. This is the island's 11th traffic fatality this year. Meanwhile, an injured mountain biker was rescued from the Sigua Falls area last night. Fire department spokesperson Nick Garrido says rescue units were called to the area at around 5:40. And at 7 o'clock that evening, a helicopter from the Navy's Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 25 extracted the injured man and brought him to Naval Hospital. The person who reported the incident was escorted out by GFD units. And North Korea launched an intermediate-range ballistic missile over Japan early yesterday morning, but the Guam offices of Homeland Security and Civil Defense say there is no immediate threat to the Marianas. This comes after the most significant missile test in January that was capable of reaching Guam. It was estimated to be the fifth missile launched in 20 tests so far this year, including 5 tests in the last 10 days. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Wait. I gotta ask Carl Meyer from the APL's Herodot. I think he's on some kind of a weird sabbatical. He's going across the country looking for gas prices, and he's got. It's a quest.
Yes.
It's a quest. You start in California, work your way all the way down to Florida, and just take a look at what remember Johnny Appleseed was out there with the seeds trying to plant the trees. Ken's doing the same thing. Or Carl. Doing about the same thing. So on screen right now is a picture of gasoline at a Chevron station. Some of you are born and raised on Guam and don't know what's a Chevron. Chevron is another kind of gas station. We don't have one here on Guam. We've always just had the Mobiles and the Exxons and the 76s. It is $6.69.9 for regular gasoline where this guy is. But the answer is I don't know where this is.
I was going to ask, where's that?
Could be there are lots of places where they're seeing a surge in gas prices again, and maybe a lot of that has to do with the fact that while the wholesale price of gasoline is low, once you factor in all the taxes and fees in some of these Tony places, because that's how we make our roads nice. That's how we make our schools up to date. That's how we make all of the infrastructure and blah, 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 and BS. That's how we're able to do all of that by charging, nicking the drivers, just people that need their car. So, I don't know, they can go to work and school and hospital, just silly reasons like that. Yeah. We're going to nick them for another $2 a gallon or something like that. 6:41 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on that a little bit later on. I'll see if I can get an answer from I don't know exactly where that shot was taken, but we'll find out before too much longer. 888-825. Again, 797-8255 is the thing. Okay, so is this, I'm assuming this might be the video. I don't know if it has any audio. We'll leave it down just in case there's some kind of commentary. Is that, that looks like it could be somebody's yard. It's the guy. If you look at this correctly, it looks like one of those like super ghost videos. Where first it's there, and you know what's going to happen at the end is there's going to be
face is going to come up and scare you.
Yes, it's going
to make the volume higher.
No, don't do that. See,
it's not.
Look at how fast this guy's moving. All right, saw the cooler, ran in, grabbed the stuff, and then disappears into the background. Not enough video to be able to, not enough of detail there to make out who it was. Okay, is it time to put the pictures from Pirate Cove up on the screen? It's not actually, but I'll do it now because I've got them in front of me. Gorgeous looking sunrise out there. Absolutely great picture. I'm seeing these sunrise pictures and some of the beach shots that are coming through. All right, there's the sun barely making its way over the horizon, going in reverse order for the sunset, or maybe that was a sunrise, or maybe that was last night's sunset. Have you thought about that? So I was low-key bragging about going and checking out Tattoo Shauna the other day for the design and stuff like that.
Consultation.
Yeah, and she was pretty direct about this. She says, you need to watch your grill marks. And I'm like, why? And she says, because the grill marks, it could affect the healing of the tattoo and could affect the colors and all of that stuff, might make it fade early and stuff like that. And I said, oh, Tattoo Shauna. Oh, Tattoo Shauna, it's okay, Tattoo Shauna, because here's the thing. I'm a 60-year-old guy. And even if I last another 20 years in this mortal coil, it's still going to look good for another 20 years. I mean, it's not going to be one of those tattoos, especially the kind that they shot back in the old days with, lousy technology, right? I mean, it still should look good in another 5 or 10 years. So I anticipate when it's time for them to put me in the crematorium over at Tony Atta's place, that it will still look as good then, grill marks included, as it does the day that the Tattoo Shauna wipes it up and puts the Band-Aids on. 6:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Plenty more on the way. Don't move.
Hafaday, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
No way. Already time for traffic? I haven't even put my makeup on. I don't know what to do. Let me just put this up on the street. We ought to have a survey. Do we like it with the terrain mode turned on? Or would you rather just see the cartoony map of Guam? I mean, you like the topography? All right, we'll go ahead and keep that. Let me just zoom out here and see where we've got some traffic. Light stuff over at Big Navy in Sumai. Northbound Marine Corps Drive all the way into the downtown Hagåtña area. Running very, very clear right now. Nothing on 8, nothing on 4. 10 is looking pretty sweet, although we are going to see a little bit of activity over by the intersection of 10 and 15 because that's where the governor wants the new hospital to go. We've a little bit of light traffic down in the Tamuning area. Don't see anything major as we move northbound on Marine Corps Drive. Basic intersection traffic up in the Dededo area, Harmon area, looks like it's running fairly clear. Start busy up over by Gadzinero. Don't see anything happening over at Adakau. Oh, wait. Hold on, spoke too soon. Adakau starting to get busy up here this morning as people make their way around into the Wednesday situation. Looks like we've got a little bit of traffic on Route 3 hooking around the top end of the island over by Starts. Is there something? Is there something big going on there?
It's Potts Junction, right?
Yeah, the whole area in my mind is Potts Junction.
Okay.
Whenever somebody says Potts Junction, I just got to nod my head because I don't really know exactly.
Where's the pot at?
I'm sorry. This is the part. This is the part that's going to piss off all of our listeners up in Jigo because they're going, "How come, boy, you don't know anything about Jigo? Didn't you date an evangelista?" Yeah. It was a long time ago out in Matagwak when nobody lived back there. When it was the directions to her house. I remember on the phone, she gave me the directions to her house, and I said, "Okay, so I'm on Marine Drive." She says, "Okay, and keep going. Okay, the last traffic light." On the last traffic light before you get to Anderson Air Force Base, take a turn in there and don't wash the car.
Follow the Cascal.
yes. And the people go, well, you should know more about that kind of thing, but I just don't. So Potts Junction, front gate, north gate, back gate, Santa Rosa gate, whatever you want to call it. Looks like those guys could be running a little bit busy this morning. Keep an eye on it. Let me know, would you? 6:48. More on the way.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Siduos Maasi Guam for 40 amazing years of support for the UOG Endowment Foundation. Through your generous contributions, we have been able to award many student scholarships, help fund college programs, and facilitate capital improvement projects at the University of Guam. As we celebrate this milestone occasion, we look forward to your continued partnership and many more years of collaboration with our island community. Viva UOG Endowment Foundation.
Oh my God, that was so much fun yesterday. We had the casuals in the studio. Not all of them. It's just Frank and Jesse, but still, that was enough. Can you imagine the noise we would have been making if more of the guys were in there, including Richard Arroyo, who's going to be doing the drum work, which means it's going to be loud. Which we like it. 10 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. Have you checked out a Nissan lately? Then by all means you should. Here, let me point you in the direction of the Versa. 35 miles to the gallon. That makes a difference in these days. And we mentioned this yesterday about how the prices of gasoline seem to be drifting down on Guam. Well, they drifted down before they went up, if you take a look at the graph over the last couple of years. So be prepared for it. 35 miles to the gallon in a great ride. Super clean, crisp exterior design. Ultra safe, and that counts when you're driving your family around in the Versa. And you're going to get a great deal on it. 2.9% APR or up to $1,000 in free gas. Up to $1,000 grand in gasoline. So get with the guys over at NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
I'm sorry, just having some great memories of dating a Jigo chick in the late 70s. It's just
Yeah, what was gas then? $1.50 a gallon back then,
Yes,
Ray?
yes, and we complained. We complained about it. But they only had one car in the family, so if I wanted her to come visit me, I'd have to ask her sister, Frances, about dropping her off. And she was like, And what? What are you going to buy the gas from there?
To protect the innocent.
No, actually, I'm using real names. Actually, I am using real names. 9 away from the top of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK is the ACK line number. So by all means, give me a jingle. I was talking about Ken Leon Guerrero, who got some actual earned media today, and I don't even know if he was aware of it in that hearing they had for Dr. Borja yesterday.
I was not aware of it until you brought it up.
I'm that good. Ladies and gentlemen.
But you see in my comments, I referred to you. I thanked you for the federal inspiration.
It was a hospital meeting, and from what I gather, they're talking about public financing, and that's what concerns me. If it's one of those cases, this is the issue right now with the public and GMH. We want to know what is happening up there. What are the plans, especially if they involve financing? What are the impacts to patients? What are the delays in fixing the facilities? Things like that. Terlahi said, echoing, and this is me just adding the editorial side of it, echoing concerns that have been brought up by Ken Leon Guerrero, Ray Gibson, virtually every doctor I've talked to, and even the guy from the Booney Stomps.
Yeah, even clerks in gas stations have been asking me about this. When I stop and get gas, I'm surprised that a clerk in a gas station is concerned enough, after reading all the stuff that's been going on in the news, to want to know how this is going to affect her. And we had a big, long conversation about that because she's in her 30s. She's thinking about getting married, thinking about having kids, but we were talking about the fact that...
Oh, we need to talk her out of that. Was she cute? No. Don't take yourself off the market, baby.
We were talking about the fact that even if everything went smooth as silk, which never happens in a government of Guam construction project, we're looking at 8 years down the road.
Easy.
We're looking at 24,000 more children being born before any new facility is open, whereas the Army Corps said, hey, take 21 million, fix all these things, and CMS will love you, which apparently they do not now, based on the information I've been receiving from deep inside GMH.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Yeah, because they didn't, that I'm aware of. I don't even recall a release coming out that spoke about CMS and their apparently unannounced visit.
Well, that's the trick. Remember, every time CMS comes out, there's great fanfare. There's a press release every day in the early stages of the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. And now they've been out twice, according to my sources, and that we've seen nothing from the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. And then from what I hear, CMS even extended their stay this last time, and it was not good. So I'm still in the process of collecting details and information. But right now, we're looking at a situation where if everything goes as bad as it's looking like and Guam Memorial Hospital gets decertified, we as citizens, and I'm Medicare, I'm going to have to pay up front and then submit my invoices to Medicare to get reimbursed, as opposed to having Medicare pay
the hospital,
GMH. Yeah, so this is really a big problem when you consider that 50% of Guam Memorial's revenue, according to the audited statements at the Public Auditor's Office, comes from CMS. So if they lose that 50%, then that donut hole we're looking at right now, which is about $50 million a year, is going to jump to $100 million a year.
Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, you need to pay attention to this because it is something that is going to have an impact on everybody, and it is possible that maybe the news is so bad that they're keeping it under wraps for the next 34 days between now and the general election. Just try to keep a lid on this until after the general, and we'll deal with the consequences after we've been reelected.
Well, fortunately, Senator Terlahi's oversight will be the 18th at 2 o'clock. I recommend popcorn and shots. It's going to be that exciting.
Do you think that the CMS investigations will come up in that? I mean, it's obvious that she's going to be warpathing and looking for scalps on what's going on and why we are having these, quote, workshop meetings in fancy hotel F&B locations as opposed to where the workshop should be, which is, in my mind, in the actual hospital. And then it wasn't noticed. And in fact, somebody, a citizen journalist, went by there to cover and get more information and was arrested for it.
Yeah, that shows how desperate the situation is getting right now. And I know that the hospital right now will deny releasing any information on CMS whatsoever. They did this song and dance when BJ was a speaker, and we had that CMS meet back in 2017 or 2018 where, it was all 75 pages. And as I recall, and, you can go back and look at his testimony, out of the 75 pages, 16 dealt with physical and technical deficiencies. 16 pages dealt with the physical problems with the building and the equipment. The rest of the items noted dealt with management, problems with management and training. So, I doubt very much.
Don't need an arm of the federal government to tell us that there are those issues.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why I've been all over this for as many years as I have been all over this. And now, after 3 orders from judges on my FOIAs, Gita and Guam Memorial Hospital are being a little more responsive, let's say, because Guam Memorial Hospital acknowledged yesterday my request. They acknowledge the documents I've requested. Now, whether they give them to me or not is a different story, because that happened to Gita. They acknowledge I'm requesting these documents, and then basically they said, well, our attorney says we don't have to give them to you, so go pound sand, which is $400 to $500 out of my pocket if I want to pound sand.
Well, put a GoFundMe together, $657 and change. Anyway, I just want to let you know that you've got some earned media there, whether you knew it or not, and so congratulations, your name popped up, or at least your situation popped up over at the legislature, which gives me some hope that there's somebody at the 36 Guam legislature that has their eye on what other people want to know, not just what they want people to know.
Well, a good place to look is the voting list on 1136, because when you look at the vote on 1136, that identifies beyond all doubt or dispute which senators are for the people of Guam, which senators serve on bended knee and kiss the ring of Adelie.
Well, there's not a ring they're kissing. It's 6:58 and change. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day.
Okay.
All right, Ken LG's out there, and it's a conspiracy theory. Is that what you're getting? I don't know. The problem is that there's not a whole lot that's coming out from the hospital itself, and we are getting some secondary and tertiary information through secondary and tertiary sources. And I hate to be that guy that says unnamed sources, and so I think And I hope that over the years you have come to trust me and to know that I'm not one of those flamethrowers, rock throwers. If somebody tells me something, I don't generally put it on the air unless I really trust the guy or can verify it on my own. And so some of these unnamed sources generally are from people for whom have been right enough times in the past for me to continue to be able to quote them. A minute away from the top of the hour. Interesting companion story to the idea of trust, and I'm kind of curious about it. The Radio Television News Directors Association has conducted a survey and found that people still trust their local news companies. To the degree that we cover local news around here, thank you very much for the trust. I'll try not to abuse it. Stand by now. Fox News is coming up. Not necessarily in the same vein as in the survey, unfortunately, but it's who we go to for national and international news. More of the Ray Gibson Show on the way. Here's the news.
An exhaustive search not over yet in Florida. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Nearly a week after Hurricane Ian made landfall in southwest Florida.
We've now had more than 2,300 rescues, and our urban search and rescue teams with more than 1,000 personnel have gone door to door to 79,000 structures to check on occupants.
Governor Ron DeSantis also says efforts to restore power continue. President Biden visits Florida tomorrow for a first-hand briefing on relief efforts, which the White House says will include the Republican governor. The president calling out Republican lawmakers and states imposing more abortion restrictions after the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Congress should codify the protections of Roe and do it once and for all. But right now we're short a handful of votes. So the only way it's going to happen is if the American people make it happen.
At the second meeting of his task force on reproductive rights, singling out the University of Idaho over restrictions on contraceptive information and asking the U.S. Education Secretary to look at possible steps to protect college students and staff. Lawyers for former President Trump asking the U.S. Supreme Court to weigh in on the fight between him and the Justice Department over documents seized from his Florida estate. This as the Justice Department appeals the appointment of a special master, arguing that third-party review is delaying its criminal probe into the handling of classified documents.
The 11th Circuit had previously sided with DOJ, ruling that the classified documents could be separated from the rest for the criminal investigation. Trump's team wants more time in the appeals process and argues the appointment of a special master was never before the 11th Circuit and cannot be appealed to them. The Trump legal team request goes to Justice Clarence Thomas for consideration based on geographical jurisdiction.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Back-to-back rallies on Wall Street with a two-day gain for the Dow of more than 1,500 points. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
News.
Another state offers a warning about a kind of fentanyl that appears to target kids.
DEA agents in New York say they have taken a supply of rainbow fentanyl off the streets, some of it packaged as if it were candy. Head of the New York DEA, Frank Tarantino, says enticing kids with fentanyl is dangerous, especially now.
In the month of October, as Halloween fast approaches.
About 15,000 pills were confiscated, stashed in a Lego toy box. The pills said to be worth about $300,000. New York City narcotics prosecutor Bridget Brennan said further information shows
the multicolored fentanyl pills
allegedly originated in Mexico.
One woman has been arrested for possessing a controlled substance. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
An outpouring of tributes for country music icon Loretta Lynn, who died peacefully today at her Tennessee home. She was 90. Dolly Parton says they were like sisters and that she's one of Lynn's millions of fans.
Born into poverty in Butcher Hollow, Kentucky, Loretta Webb was the second of 8 children. Married in her early teens to Oliver Lynn, she taught herself to play guitar. Her rocky marriage fueled much of her songwriting. Lynn's songs were often groundbreaking and controversial. She wrote about abuse, infidelity, the Vietnam War, sexism, and birth control.
Fox's Lisa Lacera, Lynn's life story, Coal Miner's Daughter, was made into a hit movie with Sissy Spacek winning an Oscar for the lead role. Spacek says the world has lost a magnificent human being, calling Lynn a resilient country music pioneer and precious friend. Twitter shares soaring 22%. as Elon Musk renews his original offer to buy the social media giant. Elisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title. A power of attorney can be a useful tool in a real estate transaction, but if abused, it can result in devastating loss. Choosing your representative should be done with the utmost care and should be very specific about the powers being granted. To mitigate loss, the team at Security Title confirms with the owner prior to using a power of attorney to sell the property. Each transaction is unique. Let the professionals at Security Title use our experience to facilitate a secure closing. We are here to help.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. In a hearing yesterday for Nicholas Moore's drive-by shooting trial, Judge Alberto Tolentino granted a motion to conclude the defense cross-examination of Eric Salone after weeks of questioning him. The prosecution filed a motion to bar further questioning, saying the defense's cross-examination of Salone was often repetitive. Even the judge seemed fed up with the repetitive line of questioning by the defense, stating, "At some point we need to say enough is enough." Defense attorneys William Gavaris and David Lujan have defended their line of questioning, saying it has shown Salone lying on the stand multiple times. Moore is on trial, accused in a 2020 drive-by shooting in Agana Heights that sent another man to the hospital. As part of a plea deal he took back in June, Salone pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm without a valid firearms ID and discharge of a firearm. The guilty plea will be dismissed from his record if he cooperates with the government by testifying in Moore's trial. Trial is anticipated to resume Monday afternoon. And a court settlement has been reached in the long-running clergy sex abuse case. A spokesperson for the Archdiocese of Agana says the final amount to be paid out by the church to about 270 plaintiffs will range from $34 million to $45 million. The exact figure will not be determined until all properties identified for liquidation, such as schools and churches, are sold. For the Archdiocese, it means it will no longer be under bankruptcy and will be able to focus on continuing its ministry. U.S. bankruptcy judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood emotionally thanked 79-year-old Leo Tudela and called him a hero for speaking for hundreds of Guam clergy sex abuse survivors throughout the nearly 4-year-long church bankruptcy process. Tudela says the settlement plan is not perfect, but it is reasonable. The plan takes effect when all money and assets are transferred to the survivors' trust, which could be in the next 45 to 60 days. Then an initial round of payments to survivors would follow in 2 to 4 months. Attorneys for the Archdiocese and creditors say another law firm will now begin the review of survivors' claims and assess how much compensation each survivor would get. More news after this.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody Duenas, principal broker, and associate brokers Saran Sajdev, Libby Pierre, and Lolita Kamet. For all your real estate needs, please contact Hoffaday Realty by calling 671-588-4232 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Located at 426 Chalon San Antonio, Suite 104, Tamuning, Guam. Open 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Monday through Friday.
The island needs bus drivers, and the local government is offering paid on-the-job training at no cost to prospective employees as a way to entice residents to join the existing crew at the Department of Public Works. DPW has 10 vacant bus driving positions as of yesterday. To help fill the needed vacancies, the GCC will be hosting another boot camp for residents interested in a career, and incentives have been funded to help attract more recruits. Those interested do not need work experience to apply. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio announced in a video that the cost of training will be covered by the government. Applicants must be 18 years of age or older, have a driver's license and a high school diploma, pass a drug test, and have a clean traffic record. Tenorio notes that graduates can begin working for GRTA or DPW after completing the program. The last day to apply for the program is this Friday, October 7. And the Children's Ark, a new nonprofit organization established by Remax Micronesia, is presenting a zombie run 2K 5K at 5:30 in the evening on Saturday, October 15 at the baseball field in Tidzen, Barrigada. Proceeds of the event will be donated to Sanctuary. The Children's Ark spokesperson Madeline Campos says there will be fun family activities, including raffles, a Halloween costume contest, and other surprises. Food will be available for purchase from local favorite Mezcla Dos. Tickets are $15 each. Purchasing 5 will come with 1 free entry if bought at the same time. Tickets are available for purchase at all Mezcla Dos locations: Remax, Diamond Realty in Agutya, New Gen Physical Therapy in Tamuning, Sanctuary in Chalampago, and Ignite Juice Bar in Tamuning and Derrida. The Children's Ark will be selling tickets from 11 to 4 this Saturday, October 8 at the Micronesia Mall Center Court. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Well, I don't want to do weather right now. I'll
Okay.
get around to doing it. There's a possibility that there are going to be grill marks tomorrow while I'm at jury duty, and Friday as well. More on that in a couple of minutes. But so I showed you that picture earlier that Carl Meyer sent with the gas station. The prices there is $6.69. We'll just call it $6.70 for a gallon of gas. And then I asked him where that was. He said Sacramento. It's in Sacramento, California.
Wow.
So not too far from away from Mr. Brown and Mr. McDonald up in that part of the country. And so I had asked out loud, why is it so expensive? And didn't get an answer. So I went to the internet and said, how come it's so expensive to buy gasoline in the state of California? Market Watch website you can go to says, quote, there are many refinery issues in the West, including 6 refineries that are either undergoing planned or unplanned maintenance. That has caused gasoline supply on the West Coast to drop to its lowest level in a decade and caused wholesale gas prices to skyrocket. Total motor gasoline inventories on the West Coast were at a 24.9 million barrels for the week ending September 23rd, the lowest since 2012. Friday, California Governor Gavin Newsom directed the California Air Resources Board to increase the state's gasoline supply and lower fuel prices by allowing oil refiners to make an early switch to winter blend gasoline. And then, the other part of the story, the other part of the equation, is what they're charging for taxes and things like that. And I believe from other research that I'm currently doing now for your benefit is about 51 cents a gallon. And for us, I forget what the numbers. I think it's 11 cents a gallon plus GRT or whatever it is. 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here's that weather that Donna was asking about. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. They are suggesting that we might get some scattered showers, possible thunderstorms after about 11 o'clock in the morning. Daytime highs today about 88 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 96, partly cloudy in the forecast. Tonight, overnight lows should be 76 degrees. For tomorrow, it says most mostly sunny. It doesn't say anything about scattered showers and thunderstorms. It just says mostly sunny, highs near 88 degrees. Friday, it says mostly sunny and highs then near 88 degrees. So I'm not saying that you need to go and play hooky from work, but you need to go and play hooky from work. You need to, bro, can I just say, Tommy Bernardo, I think online here this morning says, found a new place last night, 105.gu. Sound like a radio station in Upper Tumont. Also attended my first poetry slam. All I can say is, wow, excellent talent. Good people all around. Check them out for private parties. Open to the public Friday and Saturdays until the grand opening. Need to come back to try them some more. Poetry slams, bro.
Oh, yeah.
How come there's poetry slams?
Spoken word,
They're
Ray.
all mad. Why is everybody mad at the military? You go to the poetry slams, they're all mad at the military for something or the other. I don't know. How come we don't have any happy poetry? How come we don't have a poetry slams that asks the Chamorro the question, why didn't the ancient Chamorros have a word for fat?
Yeah.
How come we don't have a poetry slam that asks the question, how come there's so many damn Saki Melanias here on Guam? What is it? We're supposed to be people descended of a race of warriors and kings. And what do we got? A bunch of meth heads running around here and meth dealers and people that throw the trash on the side of the road, don't clean anything up. That's not I don't think that's the vision. You know, when the guy did the Fakmata speech, is that you think the some of the people that we share our neighborhoods and villages with they were thinking of those guys at the time? We need to have a poetry slam for that kind of reality.
What did they call us? Isla de la Tweakers?
Ladrones.
Tweakers.
Ladrones. How come nobody does a poetry slam on? Wow, I guess the Spaniards were right about us. Just saying, guys, it's what we're seeing when you can't go to sleep. And I know that garage now that the real Joe has sent me the video of the guy spiriting himself literally into the garage. He saw over there, hey, there's a cooler. And apparently there must be some high value for coolers among the meth community because that was it. I mean, they could have. There was a little kid's bike there. They could have taken that. There was a table, like a coffee table or something. They could have taken that, but no. I'm going to take my cooler and I'm going to take it to my fence and I'm going to get maybe $4 or $5 for this cooler.
Oh yeah, no, maybe more, Ray.
It depends if it still has ice. Man. If it still has cold beer or cold wine in there, maybe.
But then what if?
There's the guy. Let's do a poetry slam about him. We need to do a poetry slam about him. I'm just saying, I hear what you're saying. I've been to a couple of poetry slams before, and always there are moments where I'm going cringing, like, wait, are they talking about my white side of the family? Are they talking about me? Wait, hold on just a second. 7:16, Ray Gibson Show, and already did the news and weather together. Stick around, Brown. More on the way.
BK's new Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are now available. Their new Royal Crispy Chicken is made with an all-white meat breast filet, creamy royal sauce, fresh lettuce, and ripe tomatoes on a warm toasted brioche bun. The new Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are available in 4 versions: classic, spicy, bacon Swiss, and barbecue bacon and cheese. Make it a meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Sprite. BK's new Royal Crispy Chicken Sandwiches are now available at your favorite location: Burger King, Tumon Bay, Hagana, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way. Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that upcoming Christmas vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance at their new Hagana location, the old Nanbo Insurance Building, at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
I heard jingle bells. It's the Burr months, Maraming Burr months. 7:17 on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by NutraWay Systems. You'll find them on the second floor of the Daily Plaza Building in Dededo. Call them at 864-7867.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
My poetry slam would be Why did I take my PUA money and buy a truck that I can't afford to fill the gas tank with? What do you think? Can we make it? That would be a good poetry slam. I don't know. It's how come I should have bought one of those little key cars like everybody else? But no, I had to buy the big ass one that you can't drive around in the Doucet parking lot.
Yeah.
Right? That would be
singing the blues, man.
Just, but I don't know how to put the
struggle,
the pentameter together for the poetry slams. They all look the same too. You ever go to a poetry? You've been to a poetry slam, right?
I have. Man.
They all kind of look the same. There's a bunch of guys, kind of angry look on their face, looking at their phones because I wrote it, but
it's in there.
I can't memorize it. I wasn't able to memorize my own poet. So I'm sorry. Sorry. It's 7:18 in the morning. Play a ukulele. Where are we headed? Portions of the program here brought to you by the bunch of guys. I'm supposed to be taking a look at what's going on in the market, and I honestly forgot where I was in the program because I'm just having too much fun with this poetry slam concept. You got the telephone numbers. Don't be shy about using it. Let me go over and see what we got in terms of sheer numbers. Oh, shouts to Brisbane. Got Brisbane on the stream here this morning.
The Australian dollar.
Do me a favor. Go to. It doesn't matter where your vote comes from for Pika's Best. Go to pdnguam.com/best of Guam and vote for The Point for Best Radio Station. It's under services for some reason. But go to services and then look for Best Radio Station. I'm in there for Best Radio Personality as well, and I would be much obliged if you gave me a vote. All right, 20 after. Here it comes. This is what happened on the market today. It was a good day for virtually all of the markets actually, and with crazy up and down. I mean, the graph for the Dow has got to just look insane. Dow Jones Industrial Average back over 30,000, back where it was a week ago, 30,316, picked up 825 points before the close. NASDAQ up by 360, and they closed this morning at 11,176. By percentage, they are the biggest winner this morning. S&P 500 up by 112. The FTSE up by 177. Nikkei 776 points in the green for that particular market. Hang Seng, not so good, down by 143. Shanghai down by 16. And I got the DAX up by 461. So most of the stable markets here are looking absolutely fantastic. What have we got here? I'm looking at a big winner that might be Twitter, Elon Musk. Breaking story. I did not read it, but Elon Musk has apparently renewed his interest in Twitter and has set out a value that he will pay for share. I want to say it's 5-something. Ismail will correct me. And so where are they now? They're at $52 a share. Up by almost $10 in the equation. All right, big winners, like I said, on the markets was the Dow. The NASDAQ by percentages, and the winners on the NASDAQ. There are no losers, by the way. The NASDAQ is up so high, even the bottom 5 have managed to advance in value. Illumina, Lucid Group, Atlassian, ASML Holdings, and Mercado Libre round up the top 5. Bottom 5, Dollar Tree, Paychex Inc., Regeneron, Cadence, and Netflix. Netflix is up by 7 points, and I did actually spend a little bit of time watching that Netflix program that my friend was telling me about, that 365 days.
Oh yeah. What do you think?
Trick ending. I'm just going to say I did not see that one coming, but it does set up the possibility and the truth that there are actually some sequels. I want to say that there's multiple sequels on that. So that might be a good reason why you're going to Netflix. Nobody is going for Dahmer. Nobody is going for the Marilyn Monroe video.
Sure, man?
I'm not watching any of that stuff. I don't know. It's just the critics have panned the Marilyn Monroe show, and I don't know. I just don't think I need any more karmic dust on my soul, and I don't know why I'd need to watch a program about a serial killer like Jeffrey Dahmer. I never really was all that interested in how those people make their living. All right, on the commodities, oil, $86.37 for a barrel of West Texas crude. You are not mistaken. That is a higher number than the one that we chanted the other day, up by $2.75. Gold up by $32. They're closing at $1,734 for an ounce of gold. If you're making some currency exchanges, the Japan trade, the bank trade now, is 144.12. But if you were just kind of walking around the streets of Yokosuka, or I think this is Yokosuka, the exchange rate at the place is 142.9. So you got your bucks, and sometimes they'll even, as I understand it correctly from Sal, is that there are days where the number is up so high that they'll limit the amount of American dollars that they'll exchange for you because it's lousy for business for them. Look, we got to make some money here in this exchange game. 7:23 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Trying to think, do I need a Bitcoin number? Can I predict it at 19,000 something?
No, it's 20,360.
20, yeah. So a good day for the Dow and a good day for that. Isn't that amazing? 7:23 in the morning, and looking to see if there's any other financial information I need to pass along to you. And there is McKinsey and Company, and I've been following them for a while because I got turned on to them by somebody else, another one of these economic and business and management websites, and so I got turned on to these guys. And they come out with a bunch of different reports. I mean, like every week there's a report, but this one is based on a quarterly report that they do, an economic conditions outlook. And they look at it regionally and they look at it globally. But there's not too much of a difference between the reasons for glumness in the regionals and the globals. In September, respondents in most regions cite inflation as the main risk to growth in their home economies for the second quarter, according to the latest report. Geopolitical instability, read Ukraine and Russia, but also read China and the Indo-Pacific, remains a top concern as well. Most often cited as the greatest risk to global growth over the next 12 months. Responses assessing the global economy are primarily downbeat, as they were in the last survey. Regional divergence in outlooks has emerged as respondents in Europe expressed deeper concerns over energy price volatility and more somber views about their domestic economies. That's what they're seeing there. Regional differences also appear when private sector respondents report on cost increases that are most affecting their companies. Respondents in Europe most often cite the impact of rising energy prices, while those in India and North America tend to point toward wage increases. The overall unavailability of low-priced talent. Overall, 9 out of 10 respondents say their companies have seen cost increases in the past 6 months, and a majority have raised the prices of their products or services. You heard that right. You felt that the last time you went out to dinner, didn't you? The majority have raised the prices of their products and services. Most also foresee their organization's operating expenses increasing in the coming months. Now, I'm not much for canary in a coal mine, but obviously here we are in the last quarter of 2022, and it's time to put together the plans for what my new calendar year is going to be looking like. And it seems to me that all of the experts are predicting that things are not going to get much better, much faster. Expect more days and times like the kinds that we have now. And I don't know that there's a whole lot of bright spots on the horizon. You know, the only thing that it doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as it was before is supply chain issues. I think they're still there. I think we've just stopped complaining about them. You know, when I go to the store and I want to buy, and this has happened now. It's happened when I want to buy a thing of Mountain Dew. And it's not there, and I don't know why it's not there. I'm not bugging the lady, hey, how come you don't have any Mountain Dew? I love Mountain Dew, especially the one with real cane sugar in it. It tastes different. I'll fight you for it. But I go there, and there's no Mountain Dew. And so what am I going to do? Am I going to complain that there's no Mountain Dew? Because I know what the answer is going to be. It hasn't been delivered, or they're out, or it's still on the, but whatever. There are going to be 100 reasons why there's no Mountain Dew. So you just kind of get used to it. You go to the store and they don't have the brand of whatever it is that you're looking for whatever it is that you're cooking. You just buy the next best thing over it. We've come to terms with it. It's still there. It's still a factor. It's just not a factor that anybody seems to be worth complaining about. Prices going up. Did I want to argue with the guy last night about charging me $7.99 for a big wave draft?
No.
Well, yes, I did. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yes, I did. But I know what's going on, and I should not have been surprised that my big wave, 16 ounces, draft was $7.99 because I was drinking beer in Tucson, and that's the price that you pay for going into Tucson to go into and get a cold round. Just saying, I probably could have gotten a better deal someplace else, but I would have missed the ambiance and the very, very special reason and people that I was there with. So you just kind of suck it up, tip them the best you can, and don't give them a hard time about it. 7:27 in the morning. Quick programming note: Jerry Roberts is not in this morning, but through the magic of audio tape. We are able to bring you his sound and today's Extra Point, being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jeff?
Yesterday, we dug into the definition of the roles of both a manager and a leader, and we asked where you might be in that conversation. If it doesn't now apply to you, maybe you'll think about people you work with or know. Today, we look at issues that can be problematic when we have to balance these two positions. That's next on the Extra Point.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
In the first part of this discussion, which you can download at guamtraining.com, see transcript number 1169, we define the terms and roles of both a manager and a leader, and it went like this. The manager is the guardian of the process, dealing with budgets, planning, organizing, staffing, and solving problems to keep the daily operation on track to achieve results. The leader is the keeper of the compass, the person who decides the vision and direction of the organization, and who motivates various stakeholders to buy into the vision. We also said that large companies may have an advantage in clarifying these two roles and providing separation between them. In smaller organizations, a position of authority is almost certainly going to be a combination of the two, with the manager side getting most of the attention. This sets us up for today to look at potential problems for managers, leaders, and those who straddle both worlds. There's only time for one example in each, but these are common and you might be familiar with them. Number 1, scenario. There's a strong chain of command in place and managers are expected to work through their leader. You're on target for your goals. You're mentoring key workers, and there are some who are ready to accept greater responsibility. However, your boss isn't focused on creating opportunities for people to move up, and those who are ready have no place to go. You end up losing good talent, which results in your unit falling short of your goals. This reflects negatively on your performance. You could have pitched the leadership on the need for succession planning in your division, but that might have caused an issue between you and your manager. Now it's too late. Number 2, scenario. You're involved in the vision and direction of the organization, and you've charted a course for your managers that will return the results you need to fuel expansion next year. However, one of your managers isn't watching the process as closely as he should. Production problems and staffing shortages put the team behind projections, and you need to fix things fast. You fire the manager and choose to split your time between his job and yours. Doing this usually means that both jobs suffer to a degree, as you can't give them the adequate attention both need. Targets aren't reached, the expansion is put on hold, and you're burned out. Plenty of managers and leaders who handle their position well are taken down by the performance of somebody else. Number 3, the last one concerns the person who wears both hats on a daily basis. They own or lead a small operation, and there's nobody else to shoulder the responsibilities. This situation too often leads to a major case of frustration, results that fall short of what you want, and eventual burnout. You may get it all done for a while, but one day it will prove to be too much. The key is the decision to become a very good delegator and to get as much off your plate and onto someone else's as you can. Now, some might say, but if I give them more to do, they'll want more money. Okay, pay them as best you can. Or they say, yeah, but if I give them more to do and I can't pay them enough, they'll leave me and I'll be back at square one. Okay, go back to square one. However, This time, start with a delegation from day one and make this a permanent part of what you do. Even if you have to replace people once in a while, the workload on you will be lighter and you can focus your energy on the things that will help you grow. You've heard me say it before. You need to work on your business, not in your business. If you're bogged down by the day-to-day tasks of operating a company, you will never reach its potential. Keep handing things off. Manager, leader, both? There's nothing harder in the world of work. In each case, it's a full-time and then some kind of job. Tomorrow, one more angle on this. Where are you in the mix? Are you in the right place? And where are you headed? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Sorry, that's the Ray Gibson Show. Appreciate that, Jerry. And it must be about time to meander into the news and headlines with Donna D. Get around to that in just a second. I do want to get this on the air. I've had it up on the screen for a couple of minutes now. This is a picture, northbound Guam, southbound Marine Corps Drive, looking ugly from Jigo all the way up to Dededo. What did they change up there in the last couple of weeks? Because I don't ever remember it being so bad. Are they doing construction? Is that near somebody that I dated's house? Is there maybe, right? Because it seems that that's the theme of today's program. I look at where the traffic situation is and go, I think I used to date a girl from around there. But anyway, from Jigo through Ipau all the way over to Iseng Song is running busy this morning. Not a whole lot happening on the other side of that. How crazy as usual these days. And I'm not seeing, thankfully, a whole lot of congestion up at the north end, ultra north end of town. I'm getting it from all the boys and girls. They say Anderson Air Force Base, according to their Facebook page, the Arc Light Gate will reopen and all gates will resume normal operating hours as of 10 o'clock October the 4th. So that means that North Gate is open from 6 until 10. The Arc Light Gate is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Santa Rosa Gate open from 6 until 9, Monday through Friday, 2 to 5:30. Oh, wait. Oh, man, they're going into Air Force Division.
You mean 1400, Ray?
I don't know what the hell it means. I don't make me go through the rest of this. It's
the
open
Archlight
now. Whatever,
Gate.
it's open now.
I like that.
It's the main gate, North Gate, Back Gate. All of them are open. You can use all the fancy names that you want to. All you do when you do that is confuse me. It's 7:35 on the Ray Gibson Show. News and headlines with Donna D, brought to you by Rudy Rodolfo and the guys over at Burger King. Excited like we are that voting has begun for Pika's Best. So dig them in all of the different categories that they are being nominated for. Do the same thing with Holiday Realty. News this hour brought to you by them for all your real estate needs. Pika's Best nominated, Holiday Realty. Their number is 588-4232. Find them at 426 Chellen, San Antonio, Suite 104 in Tamuning. Open all the time. Now, with news and headlines, Hafidana, what's going on?
The owner of Costco Mart in Maina is safe after a robber hit his store yesterday morning. The robber took off with more than $100 in cash. The store owner says a tall man with a light complexion and thin build walked around the store and asked about items behind the counter before reaching over and grabbing the cash from the register. No other items were stolen. The owner says his store has been targeted multiple times, but he decided not to report the latest robbery to GPD, saying none of the prior cases had been solved. And the search for a new GDOE superintendent continues. So far, the Guam Education Board has received 8 applicants for the position, and all 8 were deemed eligible. Education Board Vice Chair and GCC President Dr. Mary Okada says she will be providing a progress report to the board in the next meeting regarding the search. From there, they will identify what the next steps will be. Okada could not share the names of those who applied for the position. And businesses, schools, community groups, and individuals can register for the Great Guam Shakeout coming up on Thursday, October 20. At 10:20 in the morning that day, participants will drop, cover, and hold on as part of the annual island-wide earthquake drill. The drill lasts for 1 minute. To register for the drill, go to shakeout.org/Guam/register or call Homeland Security at 475-9600. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
My God, this explains everything.
What are you looking at?
Why there's certain people just dumb.
Okay.
Don't seem to know what's going on. I told you, the Radio and Television News Directors Association has come out with a study. First of all, and then let me just tell you how I feel about this. This would be like me coming out with a survey on how great The Point is. Yeah, I did a survey. Man, it's a 99% listenership on Guam. Advertisers, call in now. I'm not crazy about it when people put the spotlight kind of on themselves in investigations and surveys. But in this case, it is kind of interesting. Local radio newscast and news or talk programs, can they be trusted, was one of the key questions. The results show that more than half of listeners to a local radio station's newscast, Donna, or programs say they trust the news source a lot. 41% say they somewhat trust it, and I'll take that. That's okay. Compared with other local news sources, that level of trust is second only to local TV newscasts, tied with local news apps, and ahead of local news websites. Social media from local news sources also are getting decent marks in this. Where the guys that are doing worst, obviously, are going to be in cable television and national, international news, where everything is urgent and sensational and generally one-sided. You know who you are. So I was very, very pleased to see that. But the thing that I said, that explains that, is you take a look at who uses these local news resources. And obviously you got the people in the baby boomers and Gen X. That would be largely us. The us in the room are using this. Even the millennials, to a degree, have grown into adopting and using their local news and information sources. So that's a good thing. But you know who hasn't yet? Who hasn't figured it out? The Gen Z.
Oh, no.
I hate to point a finger, but I'm pretty sure we don't have a whole lot of Generation Z listeners that wherever it is that your speaker is located. I'm not sure that there might be a whole lot of Generation Z people. They tend to kind of cluster around their own social norms and will find out and seek news that they feel more comfortable with, or opinions that they feel more comfortable with. And that may explain, ladies and gentlemen, why we've got kind of that weird political divide that we've got, and attitude, and even facts divide that we've got in the country. Play around with that. You can go to the RTNDF and find the information on that if you want to. In the meantime, it's 7:40. Going to break away. I got my buddy Greg from Take Care. We'll talk about the extension of the deadline for employees and retirees in the government of Guam, and what that means for you if you would like to become a Take Care subscriber.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
And retirees. Open enrollment is extended to October 10th. There's still time to choose Take Care and keep money in your pocket. Lower copays at preferred in-network providers. A payroll deduction as low as $2.04 bi-weekly. To avoid enrollment and payroll processing delays, enroll as soon as possible. Learn more at takecareasia.com/GovGuam 2023 or call 671-647-3526. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Traffic time. Let's see if there's much difference between what I was yakking about earlier and what we're looking at right now. Yeah, still ugly. Southbound Marine Corps Drive into the Dededo area. You will run into more traffic on Marine Drive until you get past the Micronesia Mall. And get past all that stuff and you should be okay. Although Route 16 is going to be busy in the usual locations. Busiest now, it seems, over at 8, 10, and 16. All three directions look like they're clogging up. 10 and 15, likewise. You will see dogging out traffic in and out all the way up and down Route 8 until you get into the downtown Agutnia area. And we've got intersection traffic through there for you. Route 4, not so much better. Southbound Marine Corps Drive. All right, what do we got going on in Petey, guys? Down by Petey and around Polaris Point. In fact, just before you get to Polaris Point, looks like things are running busy. Did somebody sneak out of the trunk of a car again? Did they close that base? Also looking pretty grim when you get down to Big Navy in Sumai. And traffic over by the Payless at the intersection that takes you into Santa Rita. Expect some delays through there, but they're positive delays because they're doing road construction now. Woo! I get all goose pimply when I'm thinking about getting down that road and not having all of the different speed dimples that will slow me down before I get to my friend Tasha's house. 7:42 on the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja chicken and bacon is loaded with style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh, that's nice. Boondock Dog tomorrow. I don't know if you noticed this, but it's that season. They've got pumpkin spice brake pads now at Napa. You can swing by there. It's the latest. They're putting pumpkin spice in just about everything. And Greg Karabrock from Take Care is on the line. Now, Greg, I don't want to tell you your business. You're a marketing genius and enrollment specialist here, but I'm just thinking maybe we need to sprinkle some pumpkin spice over Take Care and make it that much more enticing for employees and retirees. Good morning, Greg.
Hi, Ray. Good morning. Pumpkin spice. Sounds like a good idea.
Well, it's that time of year, and I don't know. I think it's irresistible to a lot of people. I don't know. 7:44 in the morning, and as you heard, they have extended for another few days the enrollment period for employees and retirees in the government of Guam plan to be able to select from a couple of different players in the game. Disclosure: Take Care is a client of the radio station, and they're good friends of mine and ours. And on top of that, I think you guys have got the best rates going.
Yeah, I think the reason why, definitely the reason why the extension of the open enrollment period happened is because people suddenly realized that there is a big difference as far as those rates are concerned and what people have to pay out of their paycheck.
And it's immediate now. I mean, we're talking about we've got the pay period that's coming to a close here before too much longer. Decisions have to get made because depending on which plan you are in, you are going to see those deductions almost immediately. And frankly, I'd like mine to be as small as possible.
Yeah, I think the first paycheck that's affected is next week. So the message here is that even if you've already made your decision what you want to do, you still have until Monday to make a change in that decision or reaffirm that decision with your HR department.
There was a big get-together over at the museum last week. Hopefully it was well attended?
It was attended, let's put it that way.
Okay, but opportunity there for employees and retirees to meet up with agents from both of the vendors that have applied in this case, and to talk to them and make the best decisions for them and their families. And I can't imagine a better decision. Well, I'd like to have more money in my pocket to meet with some of the other climbing expenses that we are no doubt going to be seeing in the coming year. Got to remember, kids, that $100 a month thing that goes away pretty soon, and the price of a gallon of gasoline is going to be going up soon unless the legislature and the governor's office decide to extend the moratorium on some of the taxes and fees that are charged for it. So there are going to be increases. Best way to meet that is to cut some of your costs, and now you've got an opportunity to cut a major one in your family's health insurance.
Right, and there's a misconception out there that just because the payroll deduction is so much less that you're going to shortchange your benefits, and that's not the case at all. The benefits are set by the government of Guam, and in fact, Take Care's benefits are enhanced if you choose to go with us. As far as getting information, our offices are open every day, Monday through Friday, until 6 o'clock at night. And then we're also going to be open this coming Saturday for anybody who wants to come over and make a change. We'll be there from 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock on Saturday.
Okay, now you say come over, and I'm no good with directions. Where exactly are you?
Our offices offices are right across the street from Three Squares, about halfway between Cost You Less and St. Anthony's.
So, see, I'm glad I asked. I'm glad I
didn't put the palm tree in there. Sorry.
All you got to do is go there, take care of business, Three Squares, and have some chicken over at their place. Now we talked about what some of the savings could be, and I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I am going to tie in this call with a piece. We do business. Our sister company, one of our sister companies, is Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall, and they are selling the Apple Ultra watch, like Michelob Ultra. There's an Ultra watch out there, and it starts at about $929. This is a mean machine of an Apple Watch, and you need to go and Google and find out what's so good about it, but it's $929. I'm here to tell you there are a bunch of plans available with Take Care employees and retirees that will save you enough money to buy a couple of these Ultra watches, or maybe the Ultra watch and an Apple 8 watch or an SE or something like that. But the savings are going to be that big.
Yep. And in the context of all of the other things that are increasing costs out there, any way you can put money back into your pocket is probably welcome.
The phone number one more time?
The phone number is 671-649-0468.
And the website for people that are more mobilely inclined.
Sure. Our dedicated GovGuam website is takecareasia.com/GovGuam2023.
All right. We'll check in with you tomorrow, next couple of days, so that people know exactly where they need to go and what to do by the new Monday deadline.
Yep. Monday's the last day to make that change, or even if you already made a decision, you still have time to make a change.
Roger that. 7:49 in the morning. Greg Carabob from Take Care. You have a fantastic day, and don't forget pumpkin spice something for your Take Care customers.
Thanks, Ray.
All right, no problem. Happy to help out. My name is Ray, marketing genius. I'm just saying, I'm just following the trend, baby. Maybe when I do that with the Beyond the Box here, maybe that's Phil. That's what we'll do here. Is we're gonna have the pumpkin spice Ultra watch for $929. I really do. I'm not doing them any favors. I'm just telling everybody that, okay, tell you what, if you've heard about the watch and you'd like to see it, it's available to purchase over at Beyond the Box. But the other part of the thing is, I would like to know what is in the thing that gets it to $929. Already, the number one watch company on the planet is Apple Watches. More people. You didn't know that?
No.
No, it's
not
true.
Seiko?
No, these guys. No, as soon as they came out with the Apple Watches, it really didn't take much time for them to zoom into the position of number one. There are that many Apple lovers and Apple iPhone people, and the collaborations, the way that they have created a seamless universe to control us. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
the way that they put all of that together just makes it that much more interesting. What's that? Tammy Post Office sending me pictures. I don't have them on the meme machine yet. Southbound traffic backed up to Andy South. Thanks, DPW and GovGuam, for the perfect four-way stop sign. And she sent me a picture at 7:34, and she's there just before you get to that teal Laddie Stone up there.
Yeah.
And then she sent me another one about 10 minutes ago. And apparently she's still in it and has not moved all that far. So southbound traffic, let me see if you can see this up on the screen. Southbound traffic up to Andy South is looking ugly. Stand by. See, I can do this, but I can't do it in real time. Southbound Marine. Oh, yeah, that's ugly. Okay. All right. So you know where the Pocket Trailhead is? Yeah, just south of that. It gets ugly until you pass Adikow. Once you get past that four-way stop, it is wide open all the way until you get to the onward.
I've seen videos, Ray, man, of that four-way stop.
As soon as you get
people
to it,
lose their minds. They don't know where to go.
Bam!
Who's gonna go? Who's gonna stop?
Okay, well,
it's pandemonium.
Yeah. Okay. So the way you do a four-way stop, I know that there may be other information.
Oh, yeah.
In the statutes of in the rule books on Guam, but isn't it always the car to the left goes before you?
Yeah. It's to the right. Yeah, I think it's.
Okay, whoever's got the more badass truck.
I like to argue with the guy and let him go first.
Just
and
keep
he
blinking my
argues with
lights.
me.
Just
You go first.
Blink my lights until somebody does something. But the question I have is why? Why did they put that intersection? Why did they put the four-way stop there? I mean, have we had were there major accidents in the area that I'm not paying any attention to?
The Marble Project, right?
The Marble Project. I mean, it's done, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Did they clean up the cave already?
I hope so.
But I'm looking at literally looking at the thing right now. You can see where it is starting at the Poggett trailhead, and then south maybe a few hundred feet before you get to where the back end of that traffic is, and then it's not moving at all. It's not moving there at all. It's that whole Andy South area. Hey, you get to look at the old derelict houses at Andy South. Didn't the new admiral say, you know what? We've got the blueprints for those. Maybe we can hand that to the governor and we'll turn that into affordable housing.
Ooh, wow.
But then
that would be great.
Question I have is, what about the original landowners? Won't they clamor for an opportunity to get their property back, as was the example provided by the guys at Teason? Just saying. Too many accidents caused by those not yielding to the right-of-way have made it for reason to put stop signs there. Okay, stop signs. But is the long-term plan then, Tammy, to put an actual light network up there?
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh, boy.
Or a guy standing there in the middle directing.
754. Okay. I'll solve the problem. Let me just kill two birds with one stone. You know the one in front of Payless in Mighty on Route 8?
I do, Ray.
God, I hate that intersection.
Yes,
I mean,
Thorn.
just with a passion. I'm almost to the point now where I'm thinking, you know what, I'm just going to go south and just take Biang Street to my house and just bypass the whole damn thing. Because when I make that turn coming out of that intersection by the dealership and I go north, it doesn't matter what time of day or night. I leave there, I go north, and I have to stop. I always get a red light. It's very, very rare that I see, like, you know how often I agree with the governor? That rare that I get a green light at that intersection that allows me to go through. And then the worst part of it is everybody's trying to get into the smallest grocery store parking lot on the planet. And so that's why I call it dogging out, because you're gonna pull up there and there's gonna be somebody that is right there waiting for somebody to leave in front of the infusion sign at the front of Payless, as opposed to driving around until something pops up. There ought to be a guy in that parking lot say, "Keep it moving." Keep it moving.
Yeah, you're
Just
right,
wait
man.
until when a space opens up, then you stop and wait. Otherwise, don't just sit there and go, well, eventually this car is going to leave, so I'm just going to whatever. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. Hope I got it off your chest as well. 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. So what else do we get to talk about between now and the top of the hour? No idea whatsoever. No idea whatsoever. Although I will say, sorry, it just popped into my head a second ago. I will say that I was somewhere between disappointed, amused, and angry when I opened up a piece of mail from the governor's office. And Crystal Paco San Augustin had sent over the latest and greatest of what I consider to be the latest and greatest insults to the people, to the intelligence, of the people of Guam. I'll read some of it to you. Now, therefore, I, Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, Governor of Guam, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Organic Act of Guam, is amended to hereby order 1, the extension of the public health emergency, first declared in Executive Order number 2020-03, most recently extended in 2022-22, shall be extended for an additional 30-day period. Until? November 5th. Of 2022. It was originally supposed to expire tomorrow, but the people over at the legislature decided that they were going to play games. You want to play games with me, with a veto override of Bill 11. I'll see your override, your failed override attempt, and extend the emergency another 30 days. How do you like them apples? How do you like the way we do that? That's gangster style.
All our lives, man.
Oh, yeah.
Emergency.
Oh, you think you're bad with your veto override, huh, Chris Duenas? Mm-hmm. Shoot, you don't like it? I'm going to extend it another 30 days. You know, it's like that teacher in Breakfast Club. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Keep talking override. Keep talking.
Yeah.
2 more months. 3 more months. It's going to be January before the.
What's those fingers?
2. I got you. I got your extension. Then there's the usual severability and prior orders remain in effect for whatever signed and promulgated 4th day of October 2022. And the signatures involved there, I want to say, are hers and Therese Terlai, which makes the question rise. No, I guess that's the appropriate one to put on those executive orders. But I looked at that, and like I said, the combination of really an extension of the public health emergency for another month. I mean, at which point, even with all of the, we have to do this here because it's like they don't have another workaround. And the government of Guam is really good at trying to figure out workarounds and loopholes. But in this case, they're not even bothering with that. Look, we've come up with 5 good reasons, we think good reasons, to keep this public health emergency going, despite the fact that nobody is getting sick anymore. Nobody is social distancing, washing their hands, and it's only just the weirdos now that are wearing their masks outside in public, all right? And you know what, frankly, we've always had our share of weirdos, so I'm not completely surprised. But is there really a public health emergency, or are we just trying to milk the powers that come with it for as long as we possibly
Uncle Sam's
can?
teats.
Yes, thank you for the federal dollars. Maybe that's the way we ought to look at it. 758 and change, 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. What's that? Can I send you that? Yes, I will send you. I will even send you that. You know, you can follow me on Facebook and see all of that stuff.
Look at the newsfeed.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, I'll go ahead and send you that while the Fox News is playing, and then we'll get ready for your newscast on the other side of that. Still a couple more hours to go of the Ray Gibson Show. A reminder that we are nominated for Peak Best Radio Station again. Thanks very much for the nominations. And now I got to bug you for the votes. So do me a favor. Go, if you haven't already, go to pdnguam.com and / what is it, /
It's GuamPDN.com.
Oh, GuamPDN.
/ Best of Guam.
So the Guam Daily News / Wait a second. Whatever Donna said, and then click on Best Radio Station and then put our name down there. While you're there, Best Radio Personality is right before that. I'm nominated for that, and would love to get your vote as well. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News. KUSG, hug gotten you. Here it comes. The news from Fox on the Point.
A slow process. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Hurricane Ian may have left Florida, but the state is still reeling. Governor Ron DeSantis says people are still being taken to safety.
We've now had more than 2,300 rescues, and our urban search and rescue teams with more than 1,000 personnel have gone door to door to 79,000 structures to check on occupants.
And DeSantis says crews are working to bring back power. At the height of the storm, more than 2 million people were without electricity. More than 100 people have died in the hurricane. Lawyers for former President Trump have asked the Supreme Court to step into the legal fight over the classified documents seized during an FBI search of his Mar-a-Lago home, asking the High Court to overturn a lower court ruling and permit an independent arbiter to review the documents. Last month, an appeals court limited the review to the non-classified documents. The trial of former Trump aide Steve Bannon on charges he defrauded donors for a border wall may not happen until next year. Elon Musk has offered to go forward with a proposal to buy Twitter for $44 billion.
The move is unexpected and could now allow the two sides to avoid a high-stakes trial, which is slated to begin soon. The billionaire's lawyers communicated the proposal to Twitter's lawyers and filed a letter confidentially with the Delaware Chancery Court ahead of an emergency hearing on the matter. If Twitter accepts the proposal, the two sides will not have to follow through on a 5-day non-jury trial, but there are no guarantees that a deal will be reached, so a trial could still happen.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. At the close, Twitter shares were 22% higher, their biggest gain since April 4th, when Musk disclosed a huge stake in the company. Wall Street stocks rose sharply, gaining back some of last week's losses. The Dow plus 825, the Nasdaq gained 360, the S&P added 112. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Presenting the KFC's famous chicken bowls. This time we're bringing back your all-time favorite. Try KFC's new chicken adobo bowl with chicken cooked in a local adobo style served over rice. Or the original famous bowls with KFC's chicken served in a bowl of mashed potatoes or red rice sprinkled with cheese on top. All three of KFC's famous chicken bowls are available at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Authorities in California are searching for a family and the man they say abducted them.
Among those taken is 8-month-old Aruhi Dairy, her mother, Jasleen Kaur, and father, Jasdeep Singh, as well as her uncle, Amandeep Singh, all abducted from a business in Merced in central California. Now, police are urgently trying to find the kidnapper, and they say he is armed and quite clearly dangerous. It's not clear to us at this point whether police believe the man was alone or had accomplices.
Fox's Jonathan Hahn. Police say they don't know of any motive behind the kidnapping. Police in Lincoln, Nebraska have arrested a 15-year-old girl and her 16-year-old boyfriend in the stabbing death of the girl's father. Police say they don't yet have a motive for that crime. Reaction coming in to the death of country music legend Loretta Lynn.
Born a coal miner's daughter, Loretta Lynn's 7-decade career broke down barriers for women in country music.
You better close your face and stay out of my way if you don't want to go to this city.
Leanne Rhymes tweeting in part, "What a life, what an icon, what a trailblazer, what a beautiful soul. May she rest peacefully with the angels. My heart is with her family and friends." Carly Pierce calling her one of the greatest there ever will be, tweeting, "I'll be singing Dear Miss Loretta with a little extra love tonight," adding, "Now she really is a honky-tonk angel." Her family says she passed away peacefully in her sleep at her Tennessee home. Loretta Lynn was 90 years old. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Tennis superstar Naomi Osaka has a deal with publisher HarperCollins for a children's picture book. The book, titled The Way Champs Play, is based on her organization's Play Academy, which provides grants and training for community sports organizations. The book is due out in December. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Holiday, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A thief was caught on video stealing from a Manilao home early Monday morning. The video shows a man running up to a home, then seconds later in the same clip shows him dragging the stolen items away. A separate angle shows the moment the thief stole 2 coolers, upwards of $700. The incident happened so quickly, cameras were unable to get a clear image of his face, but it did capture the tattoo on his left arm. The homeowner is Patrick Lujan, Guam's State Historic Preservation Officer. Lujan says GPD officers were stunned by the reported theft, saying they rarely get calls in the area, but other residents in the neighborhood have shared similar experiences of recent thefts occurring at their homes. Lujan says his videos have since been widely shared on neighborhood watch chats and social media, offering authorities some help with the investigation. Anyone with information that could help investigators are asked to call GPD. And Dr. Teresa Damian Borja was nominated to serve on the GMH Board of Trustees, and transparency at the hospital was a common talking point at her appointment hearing yesterday afternoon. Speaker Therese Terlahi presided over the hearing and made note of an arrest last month of Republican senatorial candidate Ken Leon Guerrero, who attempted to remain in a closed meeting involving GMH staff. Leon Guerrero says he had attended the meeting for about an hour and a half as a stakeholder, trying to find out more information on the construction of the new public hospital. Terlahi asked Borja if she was aware of public access to information and transparency regarding the public hospital and the board's role in facilitating transparency. Borja previously served as a board trustee from 2006 to 2010 and says members at the time received legal guidance on what they could and could not do, making mention of public sessions and executive sessions in which privileged information is discussed. The development of a new medical campus, which would ultimately include a new public hospital and other healthcare facilities, has been a chief project for the governor's administration. Cost estimates have gone up to about $800 million. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Pediatricians are seeing an uptick in flu and pneumonia patients over the last 6 weeks. One Love Pediatrics Dr. Michael says pneumonia causes increased, faster breathing, but is seeing a persistent cough that has crackles. He says some children could be hospitalized, but most come out okay, not needing antibiotics if detected early. Parents are encouraged to check on their children and see if they're having a hard time breathing or are breathing hard. If they're coughing for an extended period of time or suddenly feel ill, parents are urged to seek medical attention right away. Having kids practice good hygiene, like washing their hands often, is highly encouraged. If a child hasn't gotten the latest flu shot, they are encouraged to do so. In related news, the season of coughs and colds has brought GMH an increase in patients seeking emergency medical care in the last week, prompting the hospital to impose a divert status over the weekend. Divert is a term used only for ambulance patients. When the status is active, GMH and GRMC alternate accepting emergency patients transported by ambulance. It's a practice that health officials note would prevent both emergency rooms from filling beyond capacity and becoming unsafe. An anonymous source says that GMH's emergency room was inundated with pediatric patients recently. The source described a number of pediatric patients waiting in the ER for a bed to open in the pediatric ward, some for 4 days. The concern was addressed by GMH spokesperson Cindy Hansen, who confirmed the hospital's ER did see more pediatric patients compared to normal demand. Officials say the surge at GMH's ER prompting the divert status is not an indicator for quality of care. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I'm on. I'm looking at Instagram. I'm looking at Instagram.
Oh.
Boxer dance. On Instagram. No, don't follow him. I'm just saying. There's a couple of groups I follow on. Actually, there's a lot of people I follow on Instagram, but one of them is a guy from Korea.
And his name is Boxer Dance.
No,
Dance
that's a different guy. But he does all of the. You remember like you ever watch old episodes of The Soul Train?
Yes.
And you get these guys and they're doing the wrist rolls.
Yes.
And all that stuff. This guy is superior, and they're bringing back old funky songs, and it's a bunch of guys. And instead of doing like break dancing and stuff, they get together. It's like a cult thing in South Korea. They get together and they bring back all of these old funky dance steps from the 1970s and put some new stuff in there as well.
I
So
think
it's
that's
really,
more
really
entertaining than breakdancing.
Oh, it's super entertaining. The music is
Excuse me?
fantastic. What's that?
Excuse me?
Why?
Break dancing is entertaining. You didn't watch a Turbo and Ozone and
Beat Street Breakdown?
Yeah.
Those were yeah, and continue to be, I want to say, big influences on our community. I'm sure that there's quite a number of people, unfortunately, they're grandparents now, that remember, oh, yeah, it's a big deal. Where are we going? Cinema. Why? It's the Beat Street Boogie Breakdown movies, man. And they're all basically the same plot, right?
Save the community?
Yeah, they save the community, the centers, the evil white bankers want to take it away from the street kids of color. And so we have to have a fundraiser, a dance-off fundraiser at the place. But they always won. 8:12 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Now I got this from Keena. Last night we were celebrating Taco Tuesday.
Wow.
Here on Guam, International Taco Day, and that's here on Guam. Keena McCausland is still Tuesday. She is still in Taco Tuesday in that time zone, and has sent over pictures of what looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tacos and the fixins that go along with that. Keena, baby, are you going to eat all of that by yourself? Is that all yours? Now, there is a local analog to this. There is somewhere along. I'm thinking it might be that Manang Pika's thing on Thursday nights where they put it together and you get the dipping and everything that goes on in there.
Ang sarap.
Oh wait, that's tomorrow, isn't it?
Tomorrow.
But it's Wednesday night, so maybe they'll be over at Chamorro Village. So I'm just saying, guys, there's an opportunity for you to continue your taco chasing here on Guam with taco condiments and fillings, just like that, in a variety of locations. Downtown Agutnia, either Wednesday night market or downtown Agutnia tomorrow night for Food Truck Thursday. 8:14 in the Ray Gibson Show. What's the weather going to be like for Food Truck Thursday? Mostly sunny skies, partly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 76 degrees. For tonight at Chamorro Village, partly cloudy. Overnight lows should be about 76 degrees. East-southeast winds about 5 miles an hour. Yeah, that's the way I'm going to do weather. I'm going to confuse you by going to tomorrow's weather first, and then I'll do today's. And then Friday's weather, which is going to be mostly sunny. Have I said mostly sunny a convenient number of times in this weathercast? It's mostly sunny tomorrow, mostly sunny on Friday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms could be in the forecast for today. With the heat index, it'll feel like 96. And sunset tonight is going to be at 6:08. Like I said, catch the sunset and catch some taco fever and whatever at Chamorro Village tonight at the usual time. 8:14, more on the way.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Hello, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by APL, American President Lines. Sometimes I like to channel some of the people from that used to do the readings at the cathedral in the 1970s. Hafadai, they'd say. APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City, your healthcare partner.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
screen right now on Facebook, YouTube, Keena McCausland. This is the entire ensemble from Keena McCausland and her ventures into tacos. I'm with you. You can make them yourself. Yeah. But why? Why make them yourself if you can go someplace and buy them? And there's all the
because
fixings.
you can choose the meat.
If you do it yourself, yeah, but you're going to be stuck with just that one. I don't know. Every once in a while, we used to do taco night over at the house, and so you go and you get the tacos from the grocery store, and you put them in the oven upside down, and heat them up a little bit. This was before I got an air fryer, right? And so that for me was kind of that was the most important part of creating the taco night for the family, because they're hard taco shells, and if they cracked, then we have chips. So the option, the workaround on that.
I'd rather do that. Just get a bunch of chips.
Well, so I got
dip
soft.
It in you got soft ones.
So I'd get the soft ones. That was my Gov Guam workaround for
corn
my
or flour, Ray.
What's
corn
that?
or flour.
Either and or both.
Ooh.
It doesn't make any difference.
All of it.
But you get the ground beef with the taco seasoning on top of that, tomatoes. The taco blend of cheese. Which really, you know what? I defy
Lettuce,
you. I
cabbage.
defy you to take those apart and really identify which cheese is which in the tri blend of cheeses. So you got that. But one of the things that I have since, because it's just me and the cat now, is one of the evolutions here in my appreciation for taco comes from the Okinawans, and they created a thing called taco rice, where you take rice and you put the taco fixings on top of the rice, and you eat it that way, with the hashi stick, and you can soy sauce it if you want to, or different
Mexican
flavors.
sushi.
It's so good. If you've never had, I defy you, try this. Every once in a while, I'll put the rest. I'll talk about taco rice on the radio, and I know everybody goes, it doesn't exist. That's in Ray's imagination, dude. You can go to Okinawa and at the airport in Okinawa, buy these packages, right? And it's packages of taco rice. All of the fixings are together. All you got to do is make the rice and put the deal out there. And I'm serious. It will change your life. You'll never look at rice or tacos the same way again. 8:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Put the Instagram away, Ray, and make sure we've got everything covered. I think I got a message. In fact, now I know I got a message. We were talking about lousy traffic in front of Polaris Point, and I wanted to make it clear what was going on there. Dave, I see I get to you in just a second. I just need to zoom out because earlier, and it looks like still there might be some congestion over by Polaris Point. And Dennis Benzer says, accident, southbound lane, right outside Polaris's Point base. So what you're going to want to do there is stay in the right lane, and you should be able to get through that a little bit quicker, I guess. But it looks like we've got traffic in both directions that are snarled, and that is leading to a snarl over at the intersection of 1 and 2. Just saying. In 20 minutes, it'll be no, it's 8:20. In 20 minutes, it'll be 8:40.
Good man.
Thank you very much. God, I used to know what I was doing here. There's a story that I got out of Honolulu yesterday, and I looked at that and I said, you know what? This comes in a timely fashion with the cost of electricity going up and the issues that they're having over at the Guam Solid Waste Authority with trash and just the expenses of all of this stuff. And the story comes out of a press release. And it is about H-Power. Do you know what H-Power is? No, you don't. Dave Sablon knows what H-Power is. Good morning, Dave. How you doing?
Pretty well, thank you. Good morning, Ray.
Well, good morning. It's always a delight to hear from you. You know, back in the 1990s, wasn't it, when they first lit the fire over at H-Power in Hawaii and started burning trash?
Yes. Well, actually, they started out as an incineration service for the farmers and taking all the sugar cane. After they take all the sugar out, all the leftover stuff, they would just burn it, and that was the service. And then, of course, they said, why don't we produce electricity with this by boiling water, creating steam, turning a turbine, and then the turbine turns the generator. We just manage it to make sure that it's AC power at 60 cycles per revolution, etc. And that's how it all started. And Hawaii loves it because if there's any state in the entire union where the environment is so important, it's Hawaii. They in fact, they don't want any kind of trash, being dumped into landfills. They want to keep it clean over there, and so they found that the best way is to burn their trash and then create reclaimed land with it, or just spread it out for part of the soil,
or just not pay millions and millions in new cells and things like that. I've got some from the press release, and again, I bring this up every once in a while. I'm a fan of the idea of waste to energy. Everything that I've got in front of me here in the studio is at some point going to get thrown in the trash, and 99% of it is flammable and enough to be able to make those flames, to boil that water, to create the steam, to make the electricity, as Dave described it a second ago. But I wanted to kind of update everybody on what this means on the ground in Oahu. They have achieved one of the highest landfill diversion rates in the country, 82%. Think about this now, guys. You have trash in the kitchen right now. 82% of the trash that goes out of the households of Oahu does not go to the dump. It does not go to a landfill.
Right.
It goes to H-Power. 82%. Can you imagine 82% of all of the trash generated by all of the households here on Guam and in the military, and all of a sudden not having to worry about taking it all down to Malolo?
Ray, we've done some studies on the solid waste on Guam. 84% of all the solid waste that we generate as a community is burnable. In other words, they're not metal, they're not wet trash, they're not food items, which can go to composting, by the way. Mm-hmm. But it's burnable. We looked at all the different trash, and it's not necessarily hazardous. But even if we burn a few things that may be hazardous, we have to treat the ash actually before it's deposited to any landfill. So these are all EPA regulations, and that's why I've been trying to meet with these leadership in the legislature and the governor to explain this so that they can understand that this is beneficial for our community. And we don't have, the luxury of a lot of land, just as Hawaii. And that's the reason why Hawaii wants to burn their trash, because they don't want to, with 1 million people over there, what are they going to do? Keep on building cells for landfills? Eventually, the whole island will become nothing but a dump that they'd have to watch the methane gas over the next 50 to 100 years.
And did you see the increasing cost now for closing the old ORDOT dump? Double to triple what they had originally estimated, and questions on how we got there and how we're going to pay for it afterwards. There's a couple other things in this article that I thought were interesting, and I wanted to see if I could get a comparison and contrast. So 82% of their waste now is being diverted away from landfills towards H-Power. H-Power manages approximately, according to the story, 750,000 tons of waste every year, and creating 73 megawatts of electricity, enough to power 60,000 homes. So in terms of scalability, 750,000 tons of waste, how does that compare with what Guam generates annually? Do you know?
Well, we generate, for sure, 300 tons. That's what was measured as the solid waste goes down to Luzon landfill in Malolo. But I absolutely believe that it's more than that, because when we were managing, and that being Department of Public Works, was managing the ORDOT dump, and as the trucks came in to deposit the solid waste there, they had to weigh it. And we were, the scales were registering 600 tons a day. Now, let's take 75% of that as burnable, and the other 25 probably not. Let's say waste that came from construction, they demolished some building and so on. Yeah. So I would say that if you take 600 tons a day at 75%, that's exactly how much solid waste I believe that we are producing. And a lot of it is ending up in the boondocks because people just don't want to go through the motions and pay, such a high cost when they have other priorities to take care of in their households.
How would we match this up with something like GSWA, the Guam Solid Waste Authority? So GSWA, instead of charging people to pick up their trash, know that they would be able to take it to a waste-to-energy facility and essentially sell you that for to turn into. Is that the way that works?
It would be yes. It'll be. It's called a tipping fee. So you bring the solid waste to the waste to energy facility, and it would be burned. Now, the beauty of this whole thing that you're explaining here is that we can build the waste to energy facility, right next to the power plant that GPA is going to build, so that we don't have to worry too much about all the additional costs for connecting into the grid. Number one. Number two, the transportation or the transferring of the solid waste from even the Harmon transfer station, for example, and where the total waste of the island is actually, not the total, but the majority of the waste in the island that's generated is in the central and northern parts. So we don't have to travel too far to deliver the trash. So the Guam Solid Waste Authority would actually save a lot of, logistical costs by just moving it to, a few miles down the street to where the power plant is located, if that's where we're going to build the waste energy facility. Now, I've talked to Mayor Melissa Savares of Dedido several times, and she keeps telling me every time she meets me, Dave, please build it over here because I want my constituency to have jobs in that plant and to learn the skill of managing, solid waste and burning and producing electricity, and of course being a contribution to saving our environment.
There's more to this as well. So you would take the raw product from GSWA, and what can burn will get burned, but there are other that would not necessarily be going in, but that doesn't mean that we can't use them. Aluminum cans and things that miss the regular part of recycling would get caught in kind of a filtration process, and we can use current conventional wisdom for recycling and selling some of those recyclable goods out to somebody else, and further reduce the cost to the community for landfills.
That's absolutely correct, Ray. In fact, in the contract that we have with the government of Guam, which I'm still waiting for the governor to sign, which is an amended contract actually from the original that was signed in 1996. But in that contract, Guam Resource Recovery Partners would provide a facility for the recyclable materials. So everything is, by the way, indoors. There's nothing outside. So the trucks go indoors. They deposit it onto a floor. The recyclables are sorted away, and that's going to be contracted to another party unless GRP wants to do it. So there's an option for them in the contract. So another party could come in and take care of the recyclables, and then the bulldozers or the front end loaders will just push the rest of it into the pit, and then the waste is dried to some degree and then thrown down the chute. And it goes into the incinerator, and the whole process begins to produce electricity. And anything that went in there that the recyclable or the recyclers could not, isolate on the floor before the rest of the waste went into the pit, the incineration, there's a conveyor belt down at the bottom where the ash just falls through the conveyor belt because it's kind of like a grading type of conveyor belt. Okay. And then the rest of it would be the metals, and then it goes into bins. And as those bins fill up, we then take it to recyclers to move off island and sell it to wherever markets they have business with.
If we can. So there's a lot of green alternatives here that we're talking about. And even because we're burning this stuff, believe it or not, would reduce the amount of greenhouse gases. I mean, if that's a big deal in your vocabulary, yes. There are ways that greenhouse gases can be bypassed.
The other thing, too, Ray, is that we always read every now and then about dengue fever because of the mosquitoes, nesting in water that is stagnating inside old tire tubes or tires. We can burn all these tires, and we'd have to shred it, and then of course we throw it in a little bit because that adds to the value of the fire, because of the high.
The caloric count of a tire is amazing. It burns, as we know. You can get those things to burn for an awful long time. Imagine how much more efficient it would be in a process that created the waste energy.
So we can burn all these tires that are just being piled up all over the place because there's nowhere else for them to go. So we can burn it all, clean up the environment, And we would control, of course, the emissions. Otherwise, U.S. EPA would not give us any permit to build the waste energy facility. But we would control all the emissions to make sure that it meets the certain air quality standards. So
well, are you familiar with
all the way around?
We've got it, and the reason why this is an important topic to me today, in particular, is because I have an electric bill I got to pay before too much longer, and the idea is that we're trying to reduce the number of barrels of oil that we need to bring to Guam to make electricity, and we get, you know, hopefully the waste energy facility would be able to come in at a much lower rate than what it costs for the government of Guam, for GPA to create that electricity, which would naturally thereby lower the power rates that regular consumers would have to pay, because we're paying, and it would be, I want to say, kind of a long-term fixed rate, isn't it? The same way that they do the power provider agreements now with the solar companies, et cetera.
Well, there's two parts here. The tipping fee is what the companies and the government and the military would pay to bring their trash to get it serviced. In other words, get it burned, basically. Right. Okay, and then the electricity in the contract, the electricity belongs to the government of Guam. So we would convert the trash into electricity. We'd give it back to the government of Guam. Now, GRRP will work with the government of Guam, and it probably would be the Solid Waste Authority, to negotiate a sales contract with Guam Power Authority. And of course, Guam Power Authority will not buy that electricity unless it's less than what we call the avoided cost, which means that it will be much cheaper than what it would cost to produce electricity burning oil. So it on both ends, the tipping fee and the sale of the electricity to the Guam Power Authority makes a lot of sense. It's going to be economical for the people, both the ratepayers of GPA and the ratepayers of the Solid Waste Authority. But I don't really understand why no one wants to talk to me about all of this. You're the only one that's giving me the opportunity to explain it to the people. But I tell you, the public that I've talked to all over the island, that I've been, to because of some other things that I do, absolutely agree with me, because they understand how this whole thing works, because they burn trash in their backyards, just as I do every now and then.
Exactly.
And if we can produce electricity out of that, that's great. But it's our leadership here on the island that really needs to know this, because they're the ones who are going to have to, represent the people as a collective community, to get this project off the ground. And I've got people behind me, Ray, waiting to work with me to get this thing done. So it's not new technology, but there are new technologies that probably would make it more efficient, and the contract allows for that. If there's something better these days than it was back in the 90s when the first contract was signed, why not? So all of this is available, and it's all in the attachments to the contract. And if someone just sits down and reads it, they'll understand it just as much as I do and as you do now.
Well, I tell you what, it's so good. Just a couple of years ago, Mayor Kirk Caldwell announced a new H-Power contract to recycle ash, prevent it from going into Oahu landfills. So they like it so much that they're continuing that relationship with Coventa Projects that they can continue to create energy from waste and then to do something with the inert byproduct. So that's how much they like this on Oahu.
The Ala Moana Park across from the Ala Moana Mall or the shopping center.
I know it well.
All of that is reclaimed land. That's all ash from the incinerators and the waste energy facilities. That whole park, and that entire park, 100%, is reclaimed land that came from ash from the waste energy facilities in Hawaii.
Where do we need to reclaim some land? What could we do with all of that? Maybe there's the answer to our housing problem. We're going to create actual acreage of property that you can build on, so that we can put some affordable housing on it, and we don't have to have these emergency crisis headlines.
We did some, Singapore does a lot of reclaimed land projects over there, and maybe that we can learn something from Singapore. There's about 2.5 million people living there on an island just about as big as Guam.
In fact, I've got somebody listening in Singapore right now. Maybe they can contribute. The number is 671-888-8255. Dave, sorry to bug you on a Wednesday morning. I just had this information. I wanted to get it out there for some people that still need to be convinced. The electricity electricity. Energy is such a big question mark for the future. I was reading about that McKinsey report a little bit earlier, and it is one of the factors that are contributing to a global gloomy outlook on the nature of the economy moving forward. A global economy. People are worried about energy, and we've got a solution that has literally been right in front of us for 25 years, and we still haven't figured out how to begin the conversation. Meantime, we're going to spend $1.5 billion on a new hospital on Route 15. Oh, geez. I know. Don't get you started.
Anyway, one point I want to make clear about the military, Ray, is that I remember just a few days ago, or maybe last week, Admiral Nicholson mentioned about solar energy farms and so on, right? And John Beneventi and I had certain discussions about the waste energy being also green energy, renewable energy. And I just wanted to actually, maybe the Admiral is listening to your show here. Several years ago, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for the Installations and the Environment, a gentleman by the name of Assistant Secretary McGinnis, wrote to Governor Eddie Calvo, I think it was in September of 2017, possibly. And he said, Governor, we support this waste-to-energy facility. When you sign off on the contract or when you start working with Guam Resource Recovery on this thing, we will come in and follow you and sign a contract with GRP as well to move our trash from direct to the landfill in Luzon over to this facility so that it would be burned, because they have a mandate in the military that a certain percentage of their consumption of electricity must come from green energy, and waste energy is green energy. In fact, there was a captain of the Naval Facilities Engineering Command here in the Marianas. I think Captain Hartman was his name. I had a meeting with him, and he told me, he says, Dave, if this thing moves up and gets built, you'll have all my trash.
Count us in.
And I was sitting with him, with Waggy Gurgis, before he passed away, and we had another individual by the name of Lieutenant General Emerson Gardner, who was doing the work for us over in Washington, D.C. He came out, and we sat down with the captain at that time and talked about that letter that was going to be coming from Assistant Secretary McGinnis. So the military is behind this. If I can just get the government of Guam behind this, that's 2/3 of the solid waste that's generated in this island going to the waste energy facility. And then the commercial operators will certainly go with someone who can give them a good price for, taking care of their solid waste.
There might be an opportunity. I know a couple of guys running for governor and lieutenant governor. One of them has had his butt in that chair for 8 years, and maybe he might be convinced now.
I talked with Governor Camacho, and I assume that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I've talked with him. I've talked with his Senator Tony Ada, and they are 100% supporting green energy. And so I sat down with them and I said, okay, if you guys get into the office, then we can talk a little bit more. But I need somebody to sign this contract.
Right. There might be some executive orders that they can provide, given what we've learned about executive orders over the last 4 years. 8:39, Dave, I got to let you run. You have a fantastic day. Appreciate your time.
You too.
As usual, 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Plain Boy sent me this meme. It's funny as hell. I hope the whole thing fits on the screen. Hurricane-ravaged Florida town raises the Ukraine flag so Congress will send them aid. Yep, that's where we're headed. Hey, listen, I got to send you some news. Donna D is coming up after these messages with her last big look at news and headlines.
Attention all passengers. This is your pre-boarding announcement for flight UOG EF40. Scheduled for departure on Saturday, October 8th for our gala destination at the Dusitani Guam Resort. Passenger check-in time is 5 p.m. Your onboard entertainment will be a reunion of the casuals with Jesse and Ruby. For ticketing information, please call our agents at 671-735-2957. We thank you for choosing to fly with the UOG Endowment Foundation. Enjoy your flight with Tritons transforming the world.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro
Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to nectat, chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
At 8:41, it's amazing how how many differing opinions there are on this. But you just look at Hawaii, just look at Oahu. They're not making a whole lot of new Oahu now, and they've got with the incredible population that they've got there. Can you imagine the amount of trash that they generate and the amount of money they don't have to spend because 82% of it is getting burned to make electricity to help keep their. Can you imagine? They've already got pretty high electric rates. Can you imagine how much higher they would be if they didn't have 73, megawatts, whatever watts coming out of the waste energy plant? Just saying, guys, it's about time to take a look at it. 8:41 in the morning, a story that Randy Landis will enjoy hearing. Coming up after Donna D takes care of big news and headlines.
Wait, I just noticed that your shirt has a bunch of bananas on them.
Bananas.
Yeah, I never noticed it. Just now, it's bananas.
They're bananas.
That stuff is bananas.
I was kind of hoping it'd be betel nut, but bananas is good too.
All
right, now 8:42 in the morning with other things that you've noticed. What else?
Royal Navy sailor Ashley James Mansell may get off the hook in Superior Court if the government is unable to find the victim. Mansell stands accused of groping a woman at a Tumon nightclub and later triggering a fight where he punched a man in the jaw in August of last year. Yesterday, parties discussed the delay of the case before Judge Alberto Talantino. Mansell told the court the case is affecting his military career. The judge says he will consider a defense motion to dismiss if prosecutors have no luck finding the victim in the next week. And a court settlement has been reached in the long-running clergy sex abuse case. The Archdiocese says the final amount to be paid out to about 270 plaintiffs will range from $34 million to $45 million. The plan takes effect when all money and assets are transferred to the survivor's trust, which could be in the next 45 to 60 days. Then an initial round of payments to survivors would follow in 2 to 4 months. Another law firm will now begin the review of survivors' claims and assess how much compensation each survivor should get. And after the legislature failed to override the governor's veto of Bill 11 for the fifth time, the governor's office released Executive Order 2022-23 yesterday, extending the public health emergency another 30 days effective tomorrow. All prior executive orders remain in full effect unless they conflict with the current order. The public health emergency is now scheduled to expire on November 5. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Back to Ray.
We had to do a contest. We had to have some kind of a contest and really put some effort behind it and give away laptop computers and airplane rides or whatever. If people can correctly identify the day and time.
That'll actually end?
That it will actually end.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. It's one of those things. I don't know when it's going to be. And it is possible that some of the prizes that we give away could actually lose value over the period of time. It's like, here's
But, the thrill of winning, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, see, here's your laptop from Dell, and then the Dell company goes out of business because they just one of those things. The time just has elapsed over, for forever. Here's a new car, and it's just sitting around rusting. Because we'll always be in a public health emergency. I don't know. I was looking at the order because you were asking me about numbers and things like that. It is Executive Order number 2022-23, and there's a bunch of whereases in here. These are the whereas.
Oh, whereas.
Because otherwise,
I skip those parts.
So do I. So do I, but I'm glad I didn't because in the whereases here, there are all the reasons why there apparently still some twitchiness in the government of Guam and the Department of Public Health as to what we're dealing with. And while they are acknowledging that metrics fluctuate, they're fluctuating. Actually, I think they've fallen. But anyway, trended downward is what they're saying. While it appears that our island may have weathered the surges brought on by the Omicron variant. Omicron. It is important to remain mindful of our continued vulnerability to the regional spread of COVID-19, including the recent surge in cases experienced by the island of Chuuk, which is just one flight away from our island. My God. then maybe we should stop flying there. If that's big enough concern to continue the public health emergency, then just say we're not going to let them land here anymore, or everybody that lands here gets to go stay in a quarantine hotel from that, like they did back in the day. But we're not twitchy enough to do that. And then they went over some of the other stuff. The progress made in our local and national response to COVID is not a complete measure of success when the potential for emergence of new variants continues to pose a threat to our island safety. Can you be scared a little bit longer? Can you see why there might be the hesitation to move forward with all of this? Because we're not out of it yet. There could be variants. There could be other places that
We're
are
not out of the woods yet?
What if they're 2 airplane rides away? Oh my God! What if they're 3? What's a safe number of airplane rides away? 1 is obviously not it. But what about if it's 2? What if I wanted to go to South Korea? I got to stop in Japan before I make my way to. No, actually, no, I don't. They fly direct now. Taiwan. I'll give you an example. Taiwan. I got to stop someplace on the way over. So that's 2. Does that mean I'm safer?
Yeah.
Because they're 2 flights away.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. And then. Because Josh Tenorio did the hard work of putting together his essay to the legislature, they reused all of that, including licensure of healthcare professionals, activation of the Guam National Guard, liability waivers for healthcare providers, COVID-19 response differential pay, which apparently 1,135 members of the government of Guam frontline family continue to get, and the Emergency Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program allotments to the tune of about $2 million more that is going to SNAP recipients here on Guam. And of course they need it because there's no jobs to be had. Oh, wait. There's a hell of a lot of jobs to be had on Guam. So maybe we just stop giving them that additional $2 million in free money. And I don't know, go ask them to take out one of those jobs that all these companies are asking to try to get filled these days. But I don't know. It's kind of that easy living when all you got to do is wait for somebody to put some money into those SNAP cards so we can have some tomahawks. And how you like your lobster cooked there, Real Joe? You good?
Oh, I like it nice and tender.
And thank you. It's 8:47 in the morning. Maybe I've said too much. I did want to get through this because Mooney Dog Chamorro made a big deal about it on the YouTube side, saying, "Look, if you can't figure out how to deal with a 4-way stop, then you've got just stay home because life is going to get harder for you." And there are apparently rules on who's got 4-way. Who has the right of way at a 4-way stop. And I read this on the internet, and my eyes began to glaze over. It's really kind of scary when you stop and think about these. And I've been driving, and I'll tell people, I've been driving since the 1970s, from 76, 70. I drive a car. Since I was old enough to touch the pedals. Yeah, I know how to drive a car from a long time ago. But I'm also fond of reminding people that in the old days and old ways that we did this, what I would do was I took the test in the old administration building. You go and pay Auntie Maria Dueña some money, and she'll say, okay, you can now take the test for your driver's license. Or maybe you paid her after you were successful. I can't remember. But anyway, so you took the written driver's test first from the lady with the big hair.
Yeah.
And the hickeys?
The beehive.
Yeah. What? No, it was the 70s. Everybody had hickeys. Don't judge. People.
And the cat frame glasses.
Whatever. If you're just not comfortable with a different time frame, it's okay. But anyway, that was the original version of the tag and release program. But I took the test. I had to take it to the written test twice. And I'm almost positive that's because I didn't get this part right. Here are the rules of a 4-way stop. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Number 1, the first vehicle to arrive gets the right of way. At a 4-way stop, the first car to arrive at the intersection receives the right of way. You just got to get into that little eyeball fight with everybody and say, no, I was here first, bro. Always yield to the right, it says. Yield to the right. So the car over there gets to go, and then you get to go. But, my God, every time I'm over at the post office intersection, I wait until the car in my left goes. Sorry about that. The straight traffic takes the right of way over turning traffic. Do you remember that little rule?
Yes.
I guess. I'm straight.
Right turns, yeah, but I bet I can parallel park better than you. Right turns take the right of way over left turns. Did you know that little addition, that little amendment was put in there?
Genius, Ray.
Ask Bob Klitsky what continental constitutional amendment it was. Straight traffic takes the right of way over turning traffic. And then the guy saying, what if I'm turning right? What if I'm turning left? Then who's got the right of way there? Right turns take the right of way over left turns. And I'm sure the 16-year-old version of me, his brains exploded at that time. And that explains why you were left with the guy that you're with now. 8:51 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Normally I'd take a break, but my brother Pat Luan's on the line. And earlier I'd played, Donna was doing a story about somebody that got his cooler stolen. And then she said it was Patrick Luan, the Shippo, and all of this other stuff. And I'm like, hey, man, I know that guy.
ESPN.
What the hell, the GSPN dude? Hey, Brother Patrick, how you doing?
Oh man, okay, I'm doing all right, man.
How can you be doing all right? You lost $700 worth of cooler. I'd be literally in tears.
Yeah, I mean, that was the cooler we used at the competition, so it's kind of, it sucks.
Yeah, to put a very, very fine point on it, and then so tell me a little bit about the story here. Was this just because you've got one of the quietest places in the neighborhood out there? Everybody knows each other, and so it's kind of as Donna was reading in the story. Even the police are kind of surprised that something like that happened out there. Tell me a little bit more about this story.
Yeah, I mean, it was the night of the competition, right? A successful strongman competition, and so early in the morning, the next morning, I get up and I walk out and I see 2 bottles of water in the yard. I said, "That's strange.
Uh-huh.
What are those doing?" Because I had leftovers in the cooler. Turn around and the coolers are gone, and I was like, "Okay." So straight to the camera, and sure enough, at about 2:39, 2:38 a.m., you have a Mitsubishi. Black Mitsubishi that was in, and my road is one way in, one way out. It's not a through road, right? So that makes it, very exclusive as to who comes in that street or not. And I guess the guy just eyed it, made the slip turn down at the end of the road, parked right at the corner of my house, did a sprint in, 2-hand grab, sprint out.
Literally sprinting. I mean, like a competitor for next year's strongest man or fastest man competition. Really, and it kind of made the video look kind of surreal because he's like moving so quick. He's like ghosting his way onto your property and then kind of ghosting his way out. There's not much there. It's like a figment of your imagination.
It is. It's real odd, and because of the social media. My wife just threw it out to everything, right? And so we've got some leads on this guy, and people are like, "Yeah, I think I know that guy," and with the tattoo and the build, the body build, and the car. So everyone's putting 2 and 2 together. So we're working with GPD, to get things going, and basically it's they're saying that car's been seen between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning throughout Manila, especially in Derry Road. So for everybody in Manila, just be careful and I'm not saying wake up at 2 o'clock and let's go go outside our house and look for the car, but just be on the lookout for that.
Well, we're condition orange anyway, and maybe the guy taking advantage of the fact that it is such a familial area there. I've spent many nights and days in that front yard, and always enjoyed the idea that it is kind of a one way in, one way out place. And so when you see the neighbors coming by, hey, howdy neighbor, and everybody knows when there's a car that's not supposed to be there. So it's a very unusual location, but this is one of those situations where even there maybe you're just a little bit too comfortable. So I'm not going to ask specifically what you have changed in your personal home security arrangements, but I imagine that you have augmented to the arsenal.
Yeah, well, thankfully we have a camera system, right? And I've advised that to everybody. Hey, get a camera system. Not only for security purposes, but just you feel better. Having visibility around your house, and if we didn't have that camera system, then there's no way we would have had any type of evidence of this guy coming in and grabbing what he grabbed, and it would have been a lost cause pretty much, I believe. But now, almost every neighbor that passed by the house last night was stopping by, talking about it, and now they're like, okay, I got to go check my ring at my house, and asking what kind, and we're trying to connect the dots now as a neighborhood, and see what we can get out, because I couldn't really look at the license plate, even though it was there. The quality of the
Well, even if you got a perfect readout of the license plate, brother, these guys are working. The first thing they do is they find an abandoned vehicle somewhere else, lift the license plates from that, and then stick them on the car. So even if you got plates, they're just going to go to some guy that had his car abandoned or stolen.
Yeah, that's true.
They're getting very, very sophisticated. Well,
and these guys are getting braver and braver, huh? I mean, you can tell that this was not this guy's first rodeo. He's pretty much an expert at how to identify and do the quick hits.
Well, they're not even afraid. I'm sure that whether there's a video camera or not, I don't care. I'm not going to be on the ground fast enough. My feet did not touch the ground as I was traipsing through your front yard and grabbed everything and then jammed. You didn't have, you know what? I've often joked about getting myself one of those very expensive coolers, the kind that you buy up at the hardware store place. And I've always said the first thing that I'm going to do is put one of those like Apple tags that you get from Beyond the Box on it, so that I'll be able to surveil that from anywhere on the planet. So I got to ask you, you pondering investing in one of those the next time you go out and get yourself a cooler, or are you just going to go back to being the standard Igloo guy? Are you going to be Mr. Igloo cooler with the little wheels?
Ones, the styrofoam ones. They cost $2.99.
Yeah, exactly right. Cost you less, guy. That's me. I am the God. I feel bad for you, and it's one of those stories that it stings worse because it's somebody I know and somebody I love. So I hope that they're able to catch the guy. I hope they're able to pull your cooler into custody and have it returned to you in a semblance of justice.
It's not even about the cooler, man. It's just I want to catch the guy so we can get somebody like him off our streets. You know what I mean? Guam is not like this. We're way better than this. And this person probably needs some serious help, right? So let's catch him. Let's help him. Let's get him, change his behavior, right? Cooler's coming up. But man, this is our island, right? And we cannot be scared to leave stuff outside our house. We cannot be scared that, there's going to be intrusion. We've got to work collectively, and I think it is. I think, with social media and everything, and it's going around, someone actually asked me, hey, did you move to Aspen? I said, Aspen, because it's in the Aspen neighborhood watch chat. All the neighborhood watch chats, it's all over, and it's great.
Well, I thought I didn't have the video until Joe sent me his copies, and I'm like, oh, dude, I've had that video for a couple of days now. All right, I got it. Brother Pat, I'm so glad that you've got a positive attitude about this. It would surprise me if you didn't, but I really do hope that they catch this guy, get the cooler back, and then do as you say. I mean, if he's Seki Melania because he's got a bad problem with the shabu, then let's see what we can do to help him. But unfortunately, I just worry that we are beyond our means in the entire community to help as many people as there are that have these problems.
Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately.
I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Hug and a kiss to everybody. I'll see you later. 8:59, closing in on 8:59 in the morning. One more hour of the Ray Gibson Show. Do we have anybody coming in today?
Not today.
The hell am I going to talk about for an hour?
I don't know, man. You figure it out.
Okay, well, I told you that I would have a story that would make Randy Landis and many other people in this, Bob and Connie Bartonico, will smile when they hear about this story. Randy Landis will smile when you hear about this story. And you might be going, well, he mentioned a couple of names. I think I might know where this is going. You'll find out for sure in the next hour of the program. It's also heading into time for us to do Fox News. And so remind me, though, later on, celebrity birthdays. I haven't done them yet. And things worth celebrating today, including Kale Day. I can't even get the rabbit to eat kale. I don't know what the big deal is with all of this stuff. Why would you intentionally put something like that it tastes so bad in your mouth? And some people say, "Come on, Ray, you got to try the kale over such and such. The way they cook it, they pair it with that dressing on it." And I'm like, I would rather eat the grass left over when I cut the yard. So I don't know about that. But it is also Global James Bond Day, and maybe we ought to spend some time riffing on that next. Here comes the news.
The Supreme Court review. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The High Court will examine Alabama's congressional map over allegations it's segregated.
Just one congressional district in Alabama is majority black, a congressional map that violates the Federal Voting Rights Act, civil rights groups argue.
It's about equal opportunity that Alabama's map denies black voters.
Dual Ross, an attorney with the Legal Defense Fund, making that argument to Supreme Court justices. Alabama's Solicitor General Edmund LaCour says the state's map is open to all.
Requiring states to scrap neutral plans in favor of plans drawn on account of race sets Section 2 at war with itself and with the Constitution.
Earlier this year, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 ruling, blocked the lower court from adding a second black majority district before the 2022 midterm elections.
Fox's Jared Halpern in Washington. President Biden and Vice President Harris held another meeting today to discuss the preservation of abortion rights after the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe versus Wade. The president talked about a piece of legislation presented by South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
Republicans in Congress want to pass a law to take away the right to choose for every woman in every state, in every county, and there's no pushing back from that.
The Biden administration is asking Congress to pass a law that would protect abortion rights. The president said to travel to Fort Myers, Florida tomorrow to survey the damage from Hurricane Ian. Governor Ron DeSantis says he's been getting what he needs from federal agencies.
FEMA's worked very well with the state and local, and we want to continue to do it and have all hands on deck.
DeSantis said he and the president will meet. He said last week he will put his political differences aside during this crisis. America is listening to Fox News.
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
A Michigan judge throws out charges against 7 people in the Flint water crisis.
Simply put, there are no valid charges. That from Michigan Judge Elizabeth Kelly tossing charges against 7 people, including 2 former state health officials in connection to the Flint water crisis, after the Michigan Supreme Court ruled that a 1-judge grand jury who issued the indictments had 0 authority to do so. Another judge is handling misdemeanor charges in the case against former Governor Rick Snyder that the state's high court also declared invalid. Snyder, a Republican, has said the case against him was based on politics. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The water crisis began after Flint city managers in 2014, in a cost-saving move, switched from Detroit water to water from the corrosive Flint River. The river water leached lead from the city's aged pipes into the drinking water. Another big semiconductor maker pledges to invest in the U.S.
Semiconductor maker Micron is building a new computer chip factory in upstate New York, spending up to $100 billion over the next 2 decades. New York Governor Kathy Hochul calling the largest private investment in state history, an unprecedented collaboration between
private sector businesses, labor.
The plant in Clay, New York, a Syracuse suburb, is expected to eventually create 9,000 company jobs and tens of thousands more in supply chain and construction work. The announcement coming after the passage of the CHIPS and Science Act, which allocates billions to encourage more domestic semiconductor production. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
80s icons Depeche Mode have announced they're set to release a new album and will tour for the first time in more than 5 years. The announcement coming just months after the sudden death of founding member Andy Fletcher. The album, to be called Memento Mori, will be released next spring. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Attention GovGuam employees and retirees. Open enrollment is extended to October 10th. There's still time to choose Take Care and keep money in your pocket. Lower copays at preferred in-network providers. A payroll deduction as low as $2.04 bi-weekly. To avoid enrollment and payroll processing delays, enroll as soon as possible. Learn more at takecareasia.com/GovGuam2023 or call 671-647-3526. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Buddy, try Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon, loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. And the more versions of Chipotle I try, the more I like it on my everything. Your choice of hand-sliced veggies, incredible bread. At Subway, you got to refresh to eat fresh.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
All right, there's a very, very strong possibility. It's been more than 20 or 30 minutes since I've nagged you to vote for the point on Pika's Best in the online thing that the Guam PDN, or is it PDN Guam? Which one is it? Do you remember?
One of those. Right?
Guam Daily News.
I don't vote, man.
/Best of Guam. There's a link somewhere. Click on the link. Go to thepoint.gu, and there's a poster that in the thing. Click on it, and then go to services, and then go to favorite radio station. That would be us, and then just above that is Pika's Best radio personalities, and I'm in the running for that one as well. So yeah, love your votes on that today. You can only sadly, like a real election, you can only vote for me once a day, which is darn distressing. So tell your friends. Do me a favor, like and share, and tell your friends. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and I got my buddy Doc Mack on the line, and Dr. George Macris, and I'm delighted to get him on the line for a couple of reasons. Number one, of course, is incredible medical expertise and advice. But number two, I'm just glad to hear that you survived Ian. Can I mark you safe from the typhoon?
Well, thank you for having me on. But remember, I'm a Guam-hardened typhoon Jedi. I mean, when I got here, kind of on an experiment, the neighbor, I looked at the place I was staying in, and I immediately went to Home Depot, and they have this clear 2x4, actually, for typhoons here. You don't have to use plywood. You can use this incredibly thick plywood sheet, kind of a typhoon, hurricane-resistant paneling. So I was putting them up and running generators and paralleling generators, and the neighbors were cranking up, and they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm doing typhoon drills," which I did every 6 months, and now they're not laughing anymore.
Are they still your neighbors? Did their stuff blow away?
Well, stuff blew away, but not much. We were very, very lucky. We were the original eye of the typhoon, and it was going to be worse because it was going to be just to the north. We'd get the back end, the onshore winds at high tide at 2 to 3 in the morning.
Oh my God!
400 feet from the water, and we were going to get. I mean, I was ready to rock and roll out of here because I've experienced fish in my house, through those. I think it was Pong Song Hua. But we got lucky. It made a right turn, hit other people. We got winds, but we had, as you may have heard, the Tampa area had a reverse tidal surge. A reverse tidal surge because the way the winds blew, they sucked the water away. So the river, the bayou, and everything started. It was like the water receded. So we got very lucky.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm glad because looking at timelines and things like that. I mean, the path of a storm is unpredictable, but generally you also kind of looked at the path of the winds moving in a certain time. This time here, we'll see winds of this speed, and then there wasn't much time between. I want to say the Category 5 and then Category 1 or 2, was it? Where, I mean, the thing just exponentially.
And as DeSantis said, he couldn't evacuate the entire coastline, but it was like several hundred miles of everybody getting ready. And unfortunately, some people, it's been so long since they've experienced a typhoon or hurricane. Typhoons are a hurricane. Yeah. That they just were not sensitized. And I remember years ago, when I was first seeing patients, some of the little old Filipino ladies, I would say they had to leave the office early or quickly get refills, and they would be living up in Dedido, and I said, "What are you doing for the typhoon? Make sure you have your medicine." They'd say, "Oh no, I'm getting my family pictures, tying them in 2 or 3 plastic bags to a rope with cinder blocks." And I was sitting there going, "What the heck?" And then you realize that when the windows blow out and the roof goes away, so will go your memories at times. So I kind of did the same thing, but not. I used other plastic. Anyway, like I said,
I know exactly what you mean. I've got there's a couple of 5-gallon freezer bags in a couple of places in the house that have all of the important irreplaceable documents, family negatives of family pictures and things like that. So I don't want those to blow away in a potential storm. Like I said, glad that you were safe. Glad that for the most part everything is all right. Obviously, you've got a means of communication because I'm talking to you on the phone. Hopefully you've got electricity and all of the water and all of the things that you need to continue a thriving practice down there. Are you seeing any storm-related injuries or stress-related injuries?
No, not really. There's stressed people, but I want to thank my Guam friends that reached out. The phone was ringing all hours of the night, and I just have to say thank you to my Guam friends. They know who they are. No, not much here.
I'm not one of those guys. I don't bug you unless I need to. And I figured, we could have reached out to you a couple of days ago, but I thought, we'll talk to you when we need to talk to you. And the reason why I'm reaching out today is it looks like there might be some ground to cover now on the idea that Guam may, since 2019, finally have a candidate that wants to be our medical examiner.
I think that's wonderful. My roots, my DNA was working for the medical examiner years ago, and I was one of the few people that kind of like to watch autopsies. But I checked the candidate out, and he looks highly qualified, and he has a subspecialty in forensics, and he looks like he's board certified in everything he could be in his profession, and probably for a number of reasons in his past, he likes the island life. So it won't be a shock to him. So I think it's very good we have somebody. And it's a hard job because you are the only medical examiners, and I can tell you that, from my years at the hospital, is 24 hours a day, bodies are found, come in from, are found at the scene all hours of the night, and, it's not going to be easy work for him. So I'm very happy for Guam because now you can get some clarity on, why people die, and there are, whether for better or for worse, whether it was a natural death or otherwise.
Exactly. And we've needed that for a while, and for some families maybe help out with the closure and things like that. I'm glad that you did some of the work on this guy and took a look at what his credentials are and moving forward. And I can only imagine then, and part of this was, people might be rising, eyebrow raising, going $300,000 a year to be the medical examiners. You got to be. That's a lot of money to be throwing at one guy. 310. That makes you want to go to medical school, right? Stop it. I don't have to save a life here. I just need to find out why they died. But 310, it used to be, when I was growing up, the only guy on Guam that made more money than the governor of Guam in the entire government of Guam was the guy, the autopsy guy at the hospital. And I guess that's probably still to the case.
Right, but a couple things. You have to look at it in the face of the way over the top salaries which are being paid to doctors at Guam Memorial Hospitals. That's a subject of another day, but they are, again, there was a time where you're being paid Mass General Hospital salaries, or anyway, there's a lot of his salary is fair for what he does. He's highly qualified, and as I've mentioned to patients via your show, you can verify your doctor's board certification for free at abms.org. It's called abms.org. You just punch in their name, and they will disclose their status and what's going on. So that's just a place to start, and that's where I had problems on Guam, and I still do, with people misrepresenting their status. But so big show. Let's hope he comes out here. His dogs are taken care of. I think he seems like a nice guy, and he'll have a lot of work. That's for sure.
Dr. George Mack was on the line with me from the free zone. I'll still call it the free zone down in Florida. You got your hair messy from the typhoon, say a hurricane, whatever you want to call it. It's the same thing. And I'm glad to get your voice on the radio. One other very alarming story that seems to be coming out of many sources. In fact, it would surprise me if Fox News did not have the story in another 45 minutes, is fentanyl and the incredibly dangerous drug that it is, and concerns just before Halloween that it is now coming in colors and shapes that are going to be attractive to children. What are your thoughts on that drug? How do parents identify the threats?
Well, it's all over, and it's, for the providers, and we're doing, when we're urine testing our narcotics patients, we're screening for fentanyl because they're getting it from all over. I think it's, it's a very powerful drug. We use it in the hospital for anesthesia, for cancer patients. It absorbs through the skin. We have had a lot of very sad deaths here.
Wait. What do you mean absorbs through the skin? Is that I'm a victim of TikTok, and every once in a while I get these guys say, if you go up to your car and there's a napkin or a handkerchief in it, don't touch it with your hands because it might have drugs in it, and drugs strong enough, even though it's seeping through the holes in your skin, that could make you fall down, and then you'll get kidnapped and be sold as a white slave or something like that. Fentanyl has that capability of being absorbed by osmosis through the skin?
Absolutely. We even give it to people transcutaneously. So you can inhale it. It very little will make a normal person unconscious. And about 40% of the pills that are being circulated as oxycodone are lethal dose pills. So I think Guam has been blessed. You haven't had it come there yet, and I think it's because the methamphetamine gangs, it competes with methamphetamine, and they're keeping it out.
Well, the local cartels apparently have got enough of a hold on it, and it's easy enough for them to get that it is now significantly cheaper than it was a couple of years ago. That's it's supply and demand, and there seems to be
they're keeping the fentanyl off the island, the methamphetamine cartels, because that's where their turf wars are. Who are they going to addict? And both have dropped in price. So to some extent, they're both very bad drugs, and the number one cause of death in Hawaii was methamphetamine, but I think it would be horrific if fentanyl, reached the shores of Guam. So if I was going to take one drug versus the other, I probably would take a stimulant versus a deadly narcotic.
Well, and what's the story here? What am I hearing about fentanyl? In many cases, the dosages that are involved here are enough to kill you the first time you take it. I mean, is that is that just kind of hyperbole?
No, that's the unadapted person who does not use narcotics can very easily overdose, and it's kind of a quiet overdose. They go to sleep. You've seen those pictures or stories of the foaming at the mouth, they say.
Yeah.
And basically, it puts you in such a deep level of anesthesia, which is why we intubate people. You're unable to clear your secretions, so you just kind of swallow your saliva if you don't stop breathing altogether, and you basically drown in your
good Lord
saliva, for lack of another term. But
It's a rare thing to say, but this is one of those situations where I'm so glad that my parents have gone before me. I'm so glad that my mother has gone before me, because this is exactly the kind of anxiety-causing story that she would have just been beside herself with, because all of a sudden we're talking about something that the guys are putting together, making it easy, camouflaging it so it looks like a kid's chewable vitamin. Or I've equated it to Tums. It looks like the Fiesta flavored Tums, if you ask me. And then you've got then they are saying that they can press them to make them mimic or look like other prescription drugs. So you might go to your guy and say, "Hey, I need a thing of sildenafil," and he'll say, "Yeah, I want you to try this new version of the sildenafil," and then all of a sudden you find yourself dead. But what a way to go!
It's more being pushed like street oxycodone. You can buy a pill press inexpensively on the internet and make your own. So that's again, Guam is blessed with that. And the good thing about having a medical examiner around is if serum was saved. One thing when I worked for the state medical examiner, I was more toxicology based, but these guys will be able to harvest tissue from people, even if they don't have time to autopsy them, and help determine whether or not drugs were related. And I bet you on Guam there are a number of cases that were deemed natural death, which would be considered suspicious. And again, if tissue is kept, they can do it. It doesn't have chain of custody. But medical examiners can do a lot. They can do a lot to help steer the community, to give them warning of impending, like they might be the first ones to detect a designer drug that is out on the street, that's causing problems before it actually becomes a problem. And once again, some patients would come in, long faces, they got a call, their son died, the police won't tell them why, and they have to go up north or find them. And almost every case has been fentanyl-laced something. It might be what they thought was cocaine at a party, fentanyl-laced. They might get a little stimulation from the cocaine, but eventually the fentanyl does its thing, and they find a whole room of dead or dying students, for example.
Oh, my God.
So
it feels like the 1970 heroin days all over again, overdosing, and it's just all of a sudden, as you're right, people popping up dead. I'm glad that we don't have it here, but it is certainly something to keep an eye out for. So a lot of the stories that we're hearing and how the media will overplay and sensationalize these stories, this one, it seems, must be sensationalized, and word needs to get out.
Right. And the general health care questions you have for me, COVID vax is still getting a worse rap. I just want to continue. People think very seriously before they get vaccinated, especially young males. And, the information that's coming out, none of it's good. And, monkeypox is not a big deal. I just came from New Orleans. It was a big deal there, but only in certain sectors.
Yeah.
So, Guam is insulated in many ways from some of the harms of the world. And, that's a good thing.
Amen to that, Brother George. I'll talk to you soon. You have a fantastic rest of the day. If you need anything, let me know. I'll have Shelly send you some mosquito coil or whatever.
Yeah, I need a maid, but you're not going to be able to send me one. I'm cleaning up.
Maybe another trip to Costa Rica for an extended vacation.
I need coconut husk. I can't find it. All right, you guys take care. Take care.
Will do. I appreciate that. 888-825-5888-TA. Okay, for the uninitiated, what do you mean coconut husk? Is that a Ray Gibson, George Macra's code? No, sorry, it's not. Coconut husk is one of those things. Knock on wood that we don't need this anytime soon. But in the aftermath of a typhoon, we've got a couple of things that happen. Number one, those little awful black gnats will come out of the woodwork because everything is moist all of a sudden, and they seem to populate in that time period. We might also, depending on what time of year it is, experience the scourge of those little black gnats and termites. That was a big deal after Typhoon Pamela. We had significant numbers of termites that were out there, and lots of stuff for them to eat because of all of the wood that had fallen down in the boondocks and wood from people's houses that they weren't living in anymore. So there was plenty enough food for them. And then you got mosquitoes. And they got all that water lying around, still water, and they love it. They eat it up, and then you will literally, it will become one of those things. It will become your life's passion, your life's dream to figure out how to eliminate the stress of having that little whining noise in your head while you're trying to get to sleep, because that's when they come out. And that's when they're bothersome at night when you're trying to lay down. And you can go to the store. In fact, I'm thinking about it off the top. You can go any mom and pop store on Guam sells mosquito coil. And I'm encouraging you, especially if you're not around these parts, always grab a couple of these mosquitoes. Even if you're just going outside to eat at night, maybe you're just having a barbecue with friends, light up a few mosquito coils. It doesn't have to be a typhoon or over. And if you've got any old coconut husks, not the green ones, the old brown ones, been sitting around, old coconuts, you can go and harvest coconuts out there and just let them go brown on you. Learn how to take the husk off. Find a boy from the South.
Husk it.
Yes, husk it, and then let it dry some more. And then when it becomes mosquito time, burn it. And that will help keep the mosquitoes at bay. Now, if you've got electricity, just buy yourself one of those bug zappers. I'm sorry, it is still among the best entertainment there is on the planet. You've got the Ray Gibson Show, and then you've got bug zappers. And jugglers. That right there, the trifecta of information. 9:25. And I plugged this story enough. I don't need to do another one of those, hey, let's take a break. And when we do, I'll tell you about a news that will make Randy Landis very happy to hear. LeBron James is buying into a professional pickleball expansion team. Some of you might... What? That's exact... What? What is it?
King Braun?
King LeBron James. LRMR Ventures.
So cheap, man.
The home office of James and business partner Maverick Carter is part of an ownership group buying the Major League Pickleball team. The announcement is a sign that pickleball, which took off amid COVID, will be more than a fad. And it's another example of elite athletes becoming increasingly entrepreneurial. Tom Poole, huh? The veteran, the horse doctor, Tom Poole. Pickleball fan. Randy Landis, pickleball fan. Bob and Connie Martonico, pickleball fans. Ronnie Conley, who we've had in a pickleball organizer.
So they could make it to the bigs.
Have you passed by the Tamuning tennis courts?
Yeah.
When it's pickleball?
It's pickleball. It's madness.
Yes. I mean, you got, what is it, a regular tennis court, and then they break it in half, and they got, 4 of them over there, and there's all these people running around, and, the only reason why I haven't stopped is, number one, I can't smell beer, and marijuana, and number two, I don't see a lot of coolers. Now, that maybe they're just keeping them away from where my eye happens to fall. But I'm saying that pickleball is massive here on Guam, and the reason enough now, so that there might be some call down the road for people to get engaged a little bit more in pickleball. Pickleball uniforms, Real Joe. Guam style pickleball rackets. I don't know what they look like, but I'm assuming that might be something that Gerard Affligwe or somebody might be able to Guamize if he wanted to. I don't know. But anyway, LeBron's group includes fellow basketball greats Draymond Green, Kevin Love, and Spring Hill Company CMO Paul Rivera. It's a watershed moment for pickleball, says the MLP's founder, Steve Kuhn. Pickleball, a fast-paced paddle sport with similarities to tennis, played on a much smaller court with a net using a perforated plastic ball. They're expanding to 16 teams from 12. 2022 season finale will be held next month in Columbus, Ohio. Can you imagine if pickleball becomes the sport that eclipses bowling in Columbus, Ohio? 48 players will compete for a purse of $319,000, which the people at the MLP says is the largest in that sport's history.
Wait, what's the purse again, Ray?
Almost enough to cover our medical examiner. It's $319,000.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
So
man.
if you're a business person out there wondering what the next big deal might be for you to get involved in the community, then find somebody. No doubt there's somebody near you that is a pickleball enthusiast. Find those people and bring them to you and say, how can I help? How can I get my logo on your pickleball stuff? A banner, the paddles, your shirt.
Even a butt.
A what?
A butt.
A butt.
A pickleball butt.
Pickleball butt. Can you imagine the pickleball night at Club USA?
Yes.
Yes, again, isn't it? It's a scary, scary thought because there's spanking going on there anyway. It's 9:29. The Ray Gibson Show will continue. It is James Bond. Is that what did I say it was going to be? Global James Bond Day. More on that in a sec.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Siduos Maasi Guam for 40 amazing years of support for the UOG Endowment Foundation. Through your generous contributions, we have been able to award many student scholarships, help fund college programs, and facilitate capital improvement projects at the University of Guam. As we celebrate this milestone occasion, we look forward to your continued partnership and many more years of collaboration with our island community. Viva UOG Endowment Foundation.
I know they got a jingle. How about that? Good job. Nice. 9:31. Hold on. I tell you, I was so taken aback by the jingle. I'm like, wow, how about that? I don't have a jingle. Hey, I don't have a jingle. Donna.
Hey, man.
If I win Pika's best radio personality,
Yes.
I get like
You
Doug.
get a
I will
jingle,
get.
man.
I will get a jingle. Okay. That portions of the program brought to you by the team over at NissanGoam.com and the World Wide Web. Run over there. Actually, it's on the air. Just go type it in and take a look at what they've got. We ask you, have you looked at a Nissan lately? And they've got such nice rides there. They've got the Sentra, the Rogue, the Kicks. My favorite, which is the Frontier, because I'm a pickup truck kind of guy, and that one there is exactly the right side. But maybe you're into like a subcompact. Maybe you're looking to something like that. Check out the Versa, 35 miles to the gallon, #1 subcompact car. And it's not them that said so. U.S. News and World Report said so. J.D. Power said so. So you're going to get one, and you will say so as well. Incredible design on the inside, incredible design on the outside, and uber safety on everything. So Versa, NissanGuam.com. I'm not sure why, but as I was getting out of the car this morning, I was pondering Sean Connery. And there's a scene in Hunt for Red October where they're on the submarine and he's talking to Alec Baldwin.
Oh, the shooter.
And he says, "Pa-Ruski." And the caption says, "You speak Russian." And I remember thinking about the movie Hunt for Red October. And I think about this with a variety of other Sean Connery movies. Nobody else could have played Ramius in that movie, right? Nobody else could have put the gravity of the character than Sean Connery. And I don't know why. The happy thought that I had in my head as I was getting my day started, and I was thinking about some other great Sean Connery roles that he played. You remember he played the Irish cop in Scarface? Not Scarface. Was the one in Capone? Untouchables. The Capone movie.
That's a good movie.
I mean, he was the star of the show. Yeah. Costner wasn't the star of the show. What's his name? De Niro wasn't the star of the show. He was the star of that show. I'll fight you over that. I'm a big fan of the Highlander movie.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll remember Bill Maher made a big deal about this recently. You think about it. In the Highlander movie, he played Ramirez.
What?
A damn Spanish peacock. Huh? You remember that? He played a Spaniard in a movie in Scotland, and he didn't have to change his accent. He didn't have to do anything. He played Ramirez, a Spaniard, but he did it in his own inimitable Sean Connery voice. And I just think, and this was the thought. Booney Dog tomorrow. Booney Dog says best James Bond ever. Thanks. Agree. With that, although I will say I did like Roger Moore. I like Roger Moore very much when he got the role of and the new guy not so much. He's a little too pouty, right? A little too metro for me, and not enough of the stuff in there that made James Bond in the 1960s and the 1970s that much of what I would consider a real man, right? Smoking, drinking, babes. And there doesn't seem to be enough of that. And the quips, a Sean Connery quip as James Bond, hands down better than Sean Connery quips from just about anybody else, except Roger Moore, because Roger Moore would do this thing with his eyes when he did the thing. So the question that I had while I was thinking about it this morning, and never mind the fact that it is Global James Bond Day, people will use that for whatever their 2022 007 politically correct wokeness is. I'm not that guy, but I do want to ask the question, who is the next Sean Connery? Who's next? I mean, think about all the movies, all the actors, all the stars that we've got in front of us. An entire constellation of stars that we see on Netflix and the Hulus and all of this stuff. Are there any of them that can come close to, as I said, the kind of gravity, the kind of danger, when as used in Hollywood terms, the kind of dangerous character that a Sean Connery could be? And I don't think there is. We could talk about this all day long. You ponder this while you're trying to avoid work or whatever it is that you're doing. But ponder. Who is the next Sean Connery? Or is it one of those where you say there is none? That we don't have one. There is no other version of Sean Connery. There's nobody else that will be able to fit those shoes. Like Marlon Brando.
Oh man.
There's but the guy's just an incredible range, right?
Yes.
Marlon Brando in you think about this, Marlon Brando in Apocalypse Now, and Marlon Brando in that movie with the kid that played not Forrest Gump, the kid that played Ferris Bueller. He did a movie where he played
Broderick.
Matthew Broderick. He played like a gangster type, which would fit with him. But you think about the role that he played in there, role in Godfather, role in Apocalypse Now. And there will never, ever, in my estimation, be another character, another actor just like him. And don't even come to me with De Niro. I stopped liking De Niro when he started talking smack about my president, Trump.
Left,
yes. Shut up, Robert De Niro. 9:37, Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255. I didn't do celebrity birthdays. Do I do them now, or do you want me to get the phone?
Let's do him now, man. Doc McNitch is on the phone.
He'll wait.
Yeah.
Steve Miller is 79 years old. Steve Miller, Abracadabra, which is one of his big
Steve
songs.
Miller
Take the Money and Run. Among my favorite guys. I want to say one of the other reasons why I like him so much is because Steve Miller also had the good sense to work with early members of Toto and Boz Scaggs.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I think they toured together for a while. I think there was Steve Miller Band, incidentally, one of the best rock and roll logos of all time. Look it up and you'll agree. Working with Toto, which is one of the favorite bands of all time, and Boz Scaggs. And Boz, we need to protect Boz Scaggs at all costs. There's like Brando, like Sean Connery, there is no replacement for Boz Scaggs. And while I'm thinking about it, Daryl Hall.
Oh, Daryl.
I was listening to Dreamtime last night. Karen Allen, we remember her from Indiana Jones. She's 71 years old.
No.
Yep. Let me see anybody else here. Kate Winslet, Titanic, and that's all most people remember, is 47. And I saw this and I said, oh, she was the one in that smuggled naked video porno, socialite Nikki Hilton. And then, wait, Paris Hilton is the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the big celebrity birthdays. Global James Bond Day, it's Kale Day, World Teachers Day, and Get Funky Day.
Ow.
And we'll use the combination of Get Funky and World Teacher to go to one of our favorite teachers, Dr. Ron McNitch. Good morning, Dr. Mitch.
Hey, how good day, Ray? How good day, going?
Alec Baldwin is a dangerous character. Says Randy Landis. Hold on. Jerome McDonald says the next James Bond is Tom Cruise.
No, it has to be, the guy has to be English. That's one of the criterion.
And it has to be a guy?
It has to be the guy has to be from England or the UK.
A note from Donna D says, damn it, Ray, fine. When you win the Pika thing, you get a jingle. Thanks very much. Randy Landis, I'm more of a racquetball kind of guy. I play pickleball because the racquetball players are dwindling and the scenery is good. I think he's using the term scenery in a special Ray Gibson will understand way. All right, thanks very much. Good to have Dr. Ron McNish on the line here this morning. A variety of topics that we've gone over, including the extension of the public health emergency and the idea that Therese Terlahi probing a potential candidate for the Board of Trustees at Guam Memorial Hospital, her thoughts on transparency in light of Kenley and Guerrero's address. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question because it did happen, and it was something that should be looked into, and how they look into it. In fact, if the hospital was thinking ahead, it would have done this themselves. It shouldn't have taken the legislature to do it.
Well, and there's more. There's more to come. They're apparently going to have an oversight hearing on just that matter on the 18th of this month here, and I hope that there are a lot more that are asking that question, because it seems to me that we've got the open government law when they want to have the open government law, and when they don't, then they just say, oh, it's a workshop. We didn't no executive session. We didn't need to notice this. We didn't have to make room for criminals and media.
Yeah, I've had agencies tell me I wasn't welcome in their meeting because they're discussing confidential things. And I'd tell them, great, when you mention the confidential things, I'll step out. And nothing ever confidential ever came up.
So it seemed like an attempt, if you will. This is one of those things that we really do need to spend some time on, and I hope the guys over at the legislature will do it. Although there's one of two things is going to happen, maybe both of them, is they're going to get bamboozled. I'm sure that there are people over at the governor's office that are putting together all of the talking points that all of the people at the hospital have to make in order to drive their position home, that they didn't need to notice it. And Kenley and Guerrero not only needed to get arrested, he probably needed to get tased as well. So I've got a feeling there's going to be some of that stuff. And then the other part is there's going to be more legislative kabuki. Like, oh, we have to have an oversight hearing. I have to appear like I'm being aggressive, and I really want to get down to the bottom of this and answer these questions, as opposed to correcting the problem and making it very, very clear or clearer when the rules of the open government have to be followed. And it seems to me that any time there is a discussion among any elected, appointed, or paid by the Treasury government officials, especially when they're talking about spending taxpayer money, that needs to be open. There cannot be a workshop. There cannot be, this is confidential. This is not an executive session.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting questions kind of wrapped up in this whole set of questions. But I think that in general, the government makes all of these crazy, wonderful rules like the open government law, and then there's no enforcement function.
Yes.
So who enforces it?
Media.
Why should
media should be enforcing it, but they're not. And I'm disappointed. Right. I'm disappointed that there's nobody else. For as many stories for as many conspiracy theories that turn into legitimate stories that the media ends up covering, that they're not backing him up on this more. I mean, it's going to be 2 weeks now, and the nicest article I've read about it came from KUAM, who said that he was arrested because he barged into the meeting. And I'm going, you should have been barging him next to him. How dare you?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting how the media doesn't understand that a lot of these rights are actually to help them do their jobs. Open government, FOIA requests, all those kinds of things, when they don't really fully, they report on people complaining about it, but they should be standing right by the people complaining about it. Saying, Why not?
Well, like I said, there's so many things that we ought to be going. Frankly, I'm surprised there was a write-up on the story and that it was even included. But maybe it was one of those they didn't expect it. Sounded interesting. So yeah, we'll go ahead and stick it in the post. I just worry. I worry after all of this because there needs to be other than Cousin Troy, Bob Klitsky, and Ken Leon Guerrero looking at what goes on in the government and talking about it. I don't understand why they've seemed to have given up that vital part of their job, and now all they do is take press releases and regurgitate them. Many of the and unfortunately, you don't realize this. Maybe there ought to be a thing, a rule. When the governor's office sends out a press release, and all you do is copy and paste it in the news, you need to say so. This information from governor press release. Because otherwise, you're taking credit for a story that you had no part in creating. That ain't reporting, guys. The first thing that you ought to do is take a look at whatever it is that the governor's press release says and question every sentence. And get Crystal on the phone and question every damn thing that she wrote.
I think that healthy skepticism should be a part of good journalism.
I have a healthy skepticism. I just came back from the doctor. He told me. He said, Ray, we looked at all your numbers. You have a healthy skepticism.
I meant to mention something really quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
My favorite Bond was George Lazenby. He only did one, though.
You know what? As much as I like James Bond movies, I don't think I've ever seen that one. On Her Majesty's Secret Service?
Right.
Yeah.
And he's the one who flamed out as James Bond because he didn't get along with the producers, so he only made one movie. And his life was set up, and he gave it all away because of ego. And it's an interesting James Bond lore story. And then we're talking about potential James Bonds.
Yeah,
I like Ray Stevenson, who's a little bit older now, but he was in the miniseries Rome about 15, 16 years ago. Excellent miniseries. And then Kevin McKidd also was in that series with him. I think either of those two guys could be good James Bonds.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can remember the names and go and take a look at it. But it's going to spend, maybe the rest of the day thinking about other stars that I really like. That I don't think that there's a reasonable carbon copy for. Kevin Costner. Believe it or not, Kevin Costner is one of them. You think about the movie Tin Cup, and I rave about this movie, and I will watch it. I may actually own a copy of it on the Apple service. And I will watch it all the time because there is so much. There's the way they wrote his script in that movie, and the way that he read that script like it was poetry, is in my mind. There is nothing short of the actor's art that he's done there, and I can't imagine anybody else doing it.
Well, take a look at Kevin Costner's role in getting Dances with Wolves made. That's an interesting backstory.
I will. I thought that was an interesting movie given the time. It was talking basically to people in that age group.
Right.
Especially the kind of middle-aged squad that he eventually got with.
Right, and he basically kicked the guy off of his couch who then wrote the script for the movie. It's an interesting backstory.
I'll take a look at it. Ron, it's always a delight talking to you. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. I will, I promise. 888-8255, checking out some of the commentary here. So, living in the Pacific says Ray needs a real YouTube channel. A what? I thought this was a real YouTube channel.
It is.
You can subscribe to it. Can I get one where I get paid for it? Can I do that? Near as I can tell, I'm on Guam, and they don't do that. Booney Dog Chamorro all over the place says Ray needs a lieutenant governor so he doesn't end his show early on Thursday. Don't you feel cheated on? Don't you feel cheated on Thursday? This is like the point is a GovGuam agency. Work 3.5 days, get paid for 5. Get a co-pilot, Raymond. There's only one me.
Yeah. It's like there's only one Brando.
I just wanted to see if I could hear the thud when that hit the ground hard. There's only one Ray Gibson.
Thank God.
Yes. Stop cheating us YouTubers of free content. You got it, buddy. 888-8255-888-TALK. What's this? There's all kinds of other stuff that I could be going on about. But the table of contents based on local stories has been, it's thin. Paper thin, onion skin thin. So oftentimes I'll take a look and see if there's anything else interesting happening in life and pop culture that I can share with you. I'll go over, again, quickly the table of contents, starting at the top. Taco Tuesday with Jace at Chili's yesterday. Absolute bomb. There's a story I didn't riff on that was talking about a need for bus drivers here on Guam. And I wonder, to the degree that everybody that we know is on drugs one way or the other, I wonder if maybe that's one of the problems. Like, hey, you got a license for a bus driver? Yeah. Can you pee in the cup? Oh, no. No. Wasn't there a problem? Didn't we have that? There was a guy across the street that was actually selling drugs to bus drivers. You remember that story?
There was, yeah. He was handing the gate, man. Come on, man.
I know. Stop thinking they're not animals, Ray.
They need to make it $310,000, Ray, for those bus drivers.
One of these days. Well, it's an important job. They carry precious cargo. There's, believe it or not, we might be the only place that has this problem. Everywhere else, there's a shortage of tour buses, which is pushing some music acts out of the touring business. Demand has been especially high, with bands returning to clubs after pandemic-era closures. But at the same time, lots of drivers with tour bus experience left the industry for trucking. And I don't know to what degree that's a big deal here, but is it, if you know how to drive the bus with the big steering wheel and the big shift knob on it, is it any different, really? Okay, all of the cruises are going to call in, and maybe some Ngokos are going to call in and say, "Come on, Ramon, don't you know?" But when you've mastered, the double action Jackson transmission thing, once you've got that for like a bus, doesn't it work the same way for like a big truck or something like that? Anyway, so there's a big demand for truckers around the country. So a lot of guys are getting out of one and going to the other because they can probably make more money doing that. Prices that were once $550 a day have jumped to almost $800 a day, a level that makes some tours not financially viable, particularly acts in the club level. So you got that story there, and maybe it is possible that's why, aside from the drugs, maybe issues why we don't have as many bus drivers and that are out there these days. There's a scary 2K, 5K coming up. We'll talk with those guys in a couple of days. Ken LG's name pops up in that confirmation story. Medical examiner candidate changes his mind, and the good news is his dogs are coming too. Now here's the good, this is the good news, guys. I don't know if anybody told this 9 guy, but once he's here with the dogs, he becomes a virtual prisoner. He becomes a prisoner of the island of Guam, because if you try to leave Guam with those 2 dogs, I don't care if you make $510,000 a day. It'll cost you a bloody fortune. Paperwork, red tape, just everything. The whole world will feel like it's pressured against you here to move away from Guam and bring those 2 dogs with you. Just saying, Bubba. And maybe hopefully the guys over at the Attorney General's office are listening. Once the guy gets here, dog's here. Oh, isn't that happy? Yeah, sorry, man. We looked at your wages. We just can't cover it, man. So it's 160. We'll give you, tell you 155, right? 155. And the guy says, no, it's unacceptable. I'm leaving. Oh, try. Taggy, boy. Taggy this, as they say over at MOSA. I'm sorry, that's just the crazy way my brain works. North Korea sent missiles over Japan. You know what? Can I just tell you how upset I am that I found out by listening that happened by listening to Fox News on the way out yesterday. I was listening to Fox News, and the story comes up, and a lady, and it wasn't even the top story. The lady said, oh, yeah, Norks sent over a missile, went over Japan.
In other news.
Crashed somewhere in the Pacific. Hi, my name is Ray Gibson. I'm on this side of Japan. Wait, who sent off what? And then we get another one of those press releases, one of the JIC things that come out that say, no, nothing to worry about. No need for alarm or panic, that the North Koreans have apparently got missiles that are strong enough to go right over Japan. We're not talking about something going over the Paseo, for God's sakes. It went over an entire country. And no, don't worry, nothing to worry about. And so the point of that riff that I do from time to time is that I am concerned that the time that there is something to be worried about, number one, we're not going to find out about it from the all hazards warning system. And number two, they're not telling us what we should do when there is cause for alarm and concern. What are we supposed to do Yeah, that's right. That's right. The old put your
sign of the cross.
Yeah, and stick your leg between your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye is what they always told us. That was the joke in the 1960s with the Ruskies. But now we've got the North Koreans at it, we got the Chinese at it, and who knows what's going to happen, when that bright flash is going to come. But who do I go? Will the apps still work? Will the websites? The answer, no, they won't, Raymond, because there's going to be outside the initial blast, there's going to be an EMP that's going to wipe everything else out. Here's what I can tell you, is have a go bag at the house. Talk to your family and friends about where we're getting together and meeting, because the phone ain't gonna work. Don't even bother with that. And have a go bag at the office too. Anticipate that there will not be ambulances running. Anticipate that the roads. Watch those Armageddon movies. Independence Day. You remember the lady comes out out of the and looks around, and everything is everywhere. It's like literally a bomb drop. And everything that is on the road right now or near the road right now is going to be all over the place. And it's possible that you won't be able to navigate a car, even a Humvee, through all of that stuff. And so be prepared, number one, to walk. Be prepared to protect yourself on this walk. Or just be the guy that walks around with a gun and say, you have water? I'm taking that. Hey, it's going to be the wild, wild west, bro. That's what they need to tell us about. 9:55 in the morning. Who's on the phone?
Carl
is on the phone this late?
Carl.
Our man, Carl. Good morning, Carl. Buenas noches.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
He should be the next James Bond.
It would be a pretty boring James Bond, I'll tell you.
Don't sell yourself short, bud. Have you ever seen yourself in a tux?
I just wear shorts, man. I'm like you. I'm a shorts guy.
That makes. Yeah, I'm just saying. Every once in a while, you just need to roll around in a white tux and drink a martini, shaken, not stirred.
Well, I can wear a tux as long as I can wear shorts with it. How about that?
UNL Israel, right on.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. You guys were talking about, the why the local journalists aren't really showing much interest in investigative reporting, and we're seeing this in the States too, especially when it involves politicians to the left. There's very little curiosity, and I just wanted to mention, there's a really excellent book that I picked up some time ago. It's a bestseller by Mark Levin, American Marxism, and in one chapter he explains what has happened over the course of decades. Marxism has morphed and had countless offshoots, and one of them, seeped into journalism and evolved into what is called social journalism or community journalism. And the new breed of journalists don't see themselves as journalists. They see themselves as activists. And it's the same mindset as the Marxist professor Howard Zinn, the author of the best-selling leftist book, The People's History of America. And Zinn, in an interview, was completely open. He said he was not interested in conveying accurate history. He was interested in changing the world. And that is the mindset you have in journalism nowadays and history and just a lot of other subjects.
What the hell, change it into what? Who made them the arbiters of what's good and what's bad? The journalist's job is to call balls and strikes, not to affect the game.
No more. It's to create utopia. And if politicians are fellow travelers on that utopian journey, they defend them and they protect them, and if they're not, they attack them, and that's just it. But that's an excellent chapter. It's worth the price of the whole book, actually. American Marxism by Mark Levin. He explains it all about how America has been affected. Thomas Sowell called Marxism the most spectacularly successful political doctrine that swept into power in countries around the world in the 20th century.
And it was a scam every single time, and millions died as a result of them.
But utopia is a powerful thing, that utopian vision. It's like a drug, and you will never get rid of it, unfortunately. You just have to be constantly vigilant and oppose it the best you can, but it's here to stay. And It's at the door with luggage. It's moving in.
Yeah, it's one of the. Maybe I'll start smoking again. You know, you just think about what the future, the potential for the future is going to be, and go, well, this doesn't look very rosy to me. But I got to stick around and fight as best as I can because I got a 17-year-old daughter, and I don't want her to get crushed in somebody's ideas of what a utopia is, and the utopia only works for the people who dream it up, not everybody else that's got to live with this. Hey, I gotta run, man. It's nice to talk to you. I'll see you soon.
Very true, Ray. I enjoy all your shows. I listen to you and Bob and Jose so much. I'm hearing you in my dreams. I mean, it's scary.
That is a scary thing. I'll come to you tonight.
All right.
Send Ray money. Vote for The Point, Pico's best. Ray Gibson is radio's best personality. Have a great day, buddy. And all of that.
Too, Ray.
All right, programming note. I'm not coming to work. No, I am coming to work.
Nice try, Ray.
Okay. There's about a 90-10 possibility that I will not be able to finish the show tomorrow. I'm expecting to hear from the people over the judicial system of Guam, the judiciary, and the criminal justice system to ask me to come by and help them out. So if I'm not here at this time tomorrow, that's what happened. Here it comes, Fox News on the Point.
Phyllis Sarah, Fox News. Elon Musk has offered to move forward with his $44 billion offer to buy Twitter.
He sent a letter to Twitter. He said he's going to go with the original offer. It appeared in an SEC filing saying the Musk parties intend to proceed to closing of the transaction contemplated by the merger agreement, provided that the Delaware Chancery Court enter an immediate stay of the action and adjourn the trial and all other proceedings.
Fox's Kelly O'Grady with Fox Business, but there's no guarantee that a deal will be reached, so there could still be a trial. President Biden and Vice President Harris held another meeting about reproductive rights after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade earlier this year. The president calling on Congress to take action.
Congress should codify the protections of Roe and do it once and for all. But right now, we're short a handful of votes. So the only way it's going to happen is if the American people make it happen.
And the president called out the legislation from South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, which would universally ban abortion. The president said to visit Fort Myers, Florida tomorrow to survey damage from Hurricane Ian. Fox's Madison Allworth is there.
Charlotte County, still about 57% of the people here do not have power. So that's lacking access to their phones, to their computers, to their televisions. They even say, I heard from one woman who said she's even struggling to get radio information. So the way that people are finding out about this distribution center is often by word of mouth. A neighbor going to pick up a tarp, them asking, where did you get that tarp from? And saying, come on down the street.
Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to meet with the president and discuss recovery efforts, including restoring electricity and access to barrier islands. At least 100 people have died in the storm. America is listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen.